Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. You don't want to know. Alongside
You
Racing
don't,
Rachel,
really.
track announcer John G. Dooley. All smiles
Yeah.
here today because, of course, we've got sunny skies.
Because John
beautiful day
is in my life. He brings me so much joy. And he's really good at impressions.
On Hoosier Week. It's the eve of Hoosier Day tomorrow, the big card. But today we've got 10 of them today. Sunny, beautiful forecast, fast and firm, my favorite words.
Yes, I was so excited. I was stoked when I saw Fast and Firm this morning at the butt crack of 7 a.m. Sorry, but yeah, got the text this morning. Gorgeous weather. Really was hoping that we would get some of this. And let's just knock on wood that we keep it going to tomorrow because we got a great card tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I think it's looking that way. 12 races tomorrow. Today we've got 10 on tap, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a couple of quarter horse dashes here during the 6 o'clock hour. And, of course, in advance of tomorrow's big Hoosier Day card. What a way to start off October because you've got Hoosier Day, and that's really a lot of prep races. We've got 6 premier races of the 12 carded for tomorrow. And really then we start off October strong and we finish it strong with Indiana Champions Day at the end of next month.
Yeah, and you know, with all those trials for our big days, Saturday's going to be a fun day too. Martha was just texting me, so very much looking forward to this. Is just this whole week. I didn't realize until a couple weeks ago that it was how big it was going to be.
Fast and firm for today's racing program. We're under sunny skies. That turf rail remains set at 12 feet. For the official race day forecast on the eve of Hoosier Day here on Hoosier Week 2025, let's head downtown. We'll avoid that construction. We'll avoid 65 North, but we'll get downtown and check in with Chris at WRTV6. How's it looking, Chris?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Warm weather on tap today for the last day of September. Good racing weather, clear skies, lots of sunshine. Hard to ask for a lot more with temperature readings running above average. It's mid-80s, no fall feel here. In fact, summer hangs on to end the month. If you're back tomorrow, another round of warmer temperatures, pretty similar to today. Mostly sunny skies. Readings in the mid-80s. We'll stick with this pattern through most of the week, but no rain. That won't impact any of the races. We're staying dry, sunny, and for now, warm. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, appreciate that forecast. Certainly things looking good, not only for today, but going forward. Hoosier Day tomorrow, post time 2:10. Thursday, we'll wrap up a 4-day stretch, and we've got an all-quarter horse card here on Saturday. Saturday's racing action kicks off bright and early at 10:45 a.m. Eastern for us. But 2:10 opener here today. We have the forecast again. We are fast and firm. Things this meet certainly, I would say during August and certainly this month, things looking sunny for Fernando de la Cruz, vying for a riding title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Starts today on 84 wins. Joe Ramos, he did well, won a stake over the weekend there at Del Park.
I'm gonna go down and interview
66.
him about
Okay,
that
Joe,
also,
good.
and probably his mounts in the races tomorrow.
All right, Fernando de la Cruz holding strong, though, holding serve with 84 wins. You go down the list, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., 53 victories here this season. He's a 3-time title holder. Alberto Burgos won the crown 1 year ago. Look at that battle to get into the top 5. You've got Devin Roman, Sammy Bermudez, and Rachel and I were talking before we went on air here for Wire to Wire. And again, we appreciate you tuning in. Mitchell Morrow, 37 victories here this season. Mitch, 6 for his last 25. Had a couple of winners here on yesterday's card as we look back.
I know, and it's funny, you feel like you say their name a lot as we were talking, and it's funny because the wins, he's doing great, but he is involved in like every race. If that guy's on a horse, that horse is involved in that race. So very, very happy for him. And he had a double yesterday.
John Harron, Randy Klopp, they're tied at 43 on the trainer side of things. Gennaro Garcia vying for a 6th training title here. That would equal Tom
Look at
Adas.
Aaron in the top
Gennaro's
5.
Right there at 36.
Look at my
Tim
boy
Eggleston.
Aaron.
And Tim, by the way, 29 thoroughbred victories. You add in over 30 for the quarter horse side of things. Tim tops the quarter horse trainers standings going into October, which of course kicks off tomorrow with Hoosier Day. And Rachel mentioned it, Aaron West with 26 victories this season, tied with a perennial powerhouse across the nation. Brad Cox, of course, is assistant here. Ricky Giannini always doing terrific work for Brad Cox and company. Going back to yesterday, I mean, bet Mitch, get rich. At least yesterday.
Bet Mitch, get rich for sure.
One of them was a favorite, but yesterday was bet Mitch with Castle Magic and get 6-1 on Castle Magic.
Yeah, him and Danny, really crushing it. We'll start in race 3, number 5, Castle Magic for Danny
Simpson.
No, it says race 3, number 5. Really? Mine says race 3.
Mine says race 3, number 5.
There it is,
There it
race
is, Castle
3.
Magic.
Is that it? We figured it out. See, we're team players. Okay. Yeah, what a great win for Daniel Simpson. We all know him. I know, Aaron, you're so pretty, though. Aaron's got the wrong script, but he's pretty. Hey, I messed it up yesterday, didn't I? I messed up a number on the script. We got this. Danny, going back to Fairgrounds, interviewed him and the girls. He's got a beautiful wife and daughter, and they're wonderful. Megan's wonderful. Interviewed them the other day. They're going back to Fairgrounds after this, but I was happy to see her. Danny used to pony horses out at Hoosier Park, so happy to have him back in Indy, and congratulations on that $15 winner.
If you worked as a longtime assistant for Louis Rousseau
Yeah,
III,
you knew.
you're going back to New Orleans.
Yeah, he said that's home. That's where we live.
We fast forward from the third race as we checked out the seventh race yesterday. We had 9 carded to start off Hoosier Week. And here's a ride by Mitchell Murrow on Wishmaster. Took it right to them. This was a turf sprint. This horse trained by K.O. Karamori for owner George A. Sharp. Yeah, and it was go Mitch to the front and never look back. Holding serve here at 7-5 with Wishmaster. I guess one to watch out of this race would be the runner-up. Forum came with a late charge under Marcelino, but just could not track Wishmaster down. Gets the result.
Yes, a very nice winner. Kai Carmine, nice. We're just ticking things off aggressively. I wish you guys could have said John was like, and scratched it off. Next up on the list, I want to mention the Itoba yearling sale. One of our wonderful organizations and they promote such a great Indiana breeding program, and if you want to come to the sale, it's October 11th.
Make plans to attend the yearling sale, as Rachel mentioned the date, October 11, 1 p.m. That's a Saturday, followed by the Horses of Racing Age sale. Online bidding is available at horseauctionsusa.com. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 1,500. Do I hear 1,500, 2,000? For more information, contact Austin.
It's Dwayne that does it still, right?
502-648. Oh, I mean, that's a whole different league.
Yeah.
502-648-0538 is the number to reach out to Austin. The sale is located in the receiving barn here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, circle that date as we kick off a big month of racing. Hoosier Day is tomorrow. We've got the sale on October 11th at Itoba Yearling and Paddock sale, and we'll wrap up the month of October with Indiana Champions Day. Speaking of finals, today final for the Beat the Bot contest as A.I. Allen gets another day in the spotlight here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've partnered with the Daily Racing Forum, along generated
Racing
with
AI.
Allen, and we got Beat the Bot.
We're really excited about A.I. Allen. I'm doing a little bit of handicapping segment with him, his picks later, but definitely and looking forward to seeing who's going to win this one. It's a big contest, Beat the Bot, and these are the top ones going into today's final. Tim, Steve, Gerald, Dave, Jason, and Barry are vying for the money for the finale, which is, how much is it? I can't remember. They are playing for $2,500. I think the first prize gets $1,000, and then they pay out the top 6. Yep, just like the handicapping contest for tomorrow. So congratulations to those who are in the top and are vying for that big money today and Beat the Bot. A.I. Allen, beat him and win.
Mondays all the way through closing week, we feature the Dooley's Legends contest. It's available for both online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com and on-track players. Yesterday, Mary Combs, congratulations to Mary. She was playing with us on track. One of those Monday loyalists joining us here at the races. 84 took part. We appreciate all of you handicappers that joined in our Monday contest, Dooley's Legends. Mary picking up the $100 weekly prize in that. I've been talking about the big day. It's tomorrow to start off October, Hoosier Day. Over $700,000 in purses, a dozen races, 6 premier races. We got some nice handicaps coming your way, including those 150 granders, the spelling correct Too Much Coffee, the Piedi Bianchi, the 100 granders of the Circle City and back home again. You add all that up. I mean, a terrific day for the horses here in the Hoosier State, as it's Hoosier Day, and a big day deserves a big handicapping contest for all of you horse players. $2,500 in that Hoosier Day Legends contest presented by the Indiana HBPA, and of course, daily Itoba presents the Late Pick 4.
Yes, we have the Late Pick 4, $1 Pick 4 from from Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. Head to the website if you'd like to be a part of it. It's really easy to own a thoroughbred. All you have to do is go to the breed development site. I've got QR codes all over the place, and $2,500.
What are they?
What are they? What are they? I don't know.
Never can figure those out.
This is above my pay grade.
It was just pick up a menu.
Get out, pick up a menu. Yeah, during COVID, like when they got rid of menus and all it was QR codes.
Oh, it was a struggle. Hoosier Day, October 1st. All quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday. Talking about today, of course, we'll get to that 50 cent early pick 5 as not a part of the pre-race show here today, but talking about the big day tomorrow, and you want to focus in on a couple of the premier races.
Yeah, well, I was just going to go over them real quick, kind of give you guys an overview. I put a video on social. I said it yesterday, and we talked about it on FanDuel. Probably talk about it a little bit today as well when I jump off here. But we've got the Stallion Season Fillies, $100,000 guaranteed. It's a 1.70 and there's 11 betting interests. The 5 Innisfree Last from John Heron Barn is the favorite in there. Interested to see if Molly's Potion can wake back up here in this race. Then we're going to go to the 8th race. It's the Piedi Bianchi. Got to give a shout out to Jay Oringer, one of my favorite Indiana owners, one of my favorite owners. He owns horses all over the place, and he takes such great care of them. And he retired Piedi Bianchi with another Indiana, one of the best Indiana bred mares we have, and they're mamas now. So thanks to him, she was one of the biggest earners mare-wise. 3-year-old up handicap. They're going a mile and a 16th on the dirt. And there's 12 betting interests in there, so full field with 2 AEs. Yeah, I think that's the...
That overnight is stacked.
The overnight is stacked. Corningstone, the 5 from Kitty McPeak, is the favorite. There's some wild cards in here, that you could go with. So this one's a pretty interesting race. Michelle's got a couple in there that I think are gonna.
What a meet she has.
Yeah, I know. And usually on stakes day, you just put her in a super at least. Then the 9, Too Much Coffee, a mile and a 16th on the dirt. That's $150,000 guaranteed. Another full horse field. The favorite is actually Chicory Blaze from the Rob Dobbs barn. Runaway Rojo is coming back here with Steve Asmussen, a barn change. And then there's 4 AEs in there. Race 10 is the Circle City, and this one's the 2-year-old stakes. Those are my favorites. And there are 12 in there as well with 2 AEs. The favorite being the 9 in there, Q's Top Notch from Gennaro Garcia, coming back from a try at Prairie Meadows. And then the 11th is the Back Home Again, another 2-year-old stakes race. Those are both sprints as well, both 6 furlongs on the dirt. 11 horses in there. The 7 is the morning line favorite, Spirited Justice, but this one would be an all button for me because it's just going to be a great day of racing. Great chance to make some money, so please join us tomorrow for Hoosier Day. Also, I'm doing a blanket giveaway. If you want one of those saddle towels that I always give away, head over to my X account. It's pinned at the top. I'm going to announce a winner tomorrow, but just want to promote, Hoosier Day and give you guys some free stuff.
Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Erador, Breed Development, also the Winner's Circle sponsor, talking about great owners, Bruce, Lori, Murphy, so active here in the Hoosier State, and they are the Winner's Circle sponsors, talking about Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Tote Board Starting Gate sponsor back in 2025 as we get to the final couple of months of the 2025 race meet as it's starting to wind down, but certainly still more summer-like temperatures in the 80s here at the end of September. B&H Electric locations in Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. And Indiana's Giant Hubler is sponsored with us here of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. They've got locations in town and in Franklin. They're on the web at drivehubler.com. Rachel mentioned X, a lot about Hoosier Day on there. I sent out an X earlier from my account at John G. Dooley talking about Mitchell Murrow. 37 victories here this season, 6 for his last 25, finishing this month strong. Looking to get into the top 5 for the meet in his first full season riding with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, certainly heading down to NOLA with agent Tim Hanisch as Mitchell Murrow. Other riders making their way to Turfway Park, Oak Lawn Park, but certainly wish them well. But we still got some racing to do here at the Shoe. Racing Rachel's on X, so too Martha Clausen right there at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni at Mr. B Analyst on X. And track, we got you covered here track-wise on X, on Instagram, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Beautiful day here on the eve of Hoosier Day on Hoosier Week 2025. Sunny skies, 80s, fast turf course firm, turf rail set at 12 feet. So quick commercial break on the Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns here from the track. Racing Rachel will talk about the 50 cent early pick 5 for me. Bye.
I'll be back.
Sayonara.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over that early pick 5 sequence. I put together a late Itova pick 4. B had a doctor appointment, so hopefully we can put his ticket up on the screen. But if not, let's just walk through this. The way that I would play this one, we're starting with the maiden claiming for 5. And these are horses who have dropping down, most of them from 75, 15, 12, 5. But there is a first-time starter in there, Ghost King, that I thought was pretty interesting from the Tony Cunningham barn. I definitely throw him in. My picks are 3, 6, 4, though. But if I was playing the ticket, I'd probably include the 7 for a little bit of long shot. Because these are horses that have proved that they haven't won in a while. The first-time starter could come in, and I thought you were going to sneak in. John's putting his eye down. I thought he was going to stick his head in here just to mess with me. Have a good day, John.
Love ya.
Love ya. Okay. The second race, or is an allowance, it's 5.5 on the dirt. I went 6-2-1 in here. I think the 1 would be a nice one at 8-1. El Dandy to maybe include to get a little bit of money back. I don't know how, I gotta look at the real here and see what our percentage is, because this is 18%, but that's definitely gone down in the last few weeks. This horse, though, has early speed, so I would include that one. My top pick is Sweet Fantasy from the Brad Cox barn. I think it's his, and then underneath it could be anything. The 5 is scratched out of that race. Then we're going to go to race 3. It is another allowance, 1 mile and 70 on the dirt. 4, 5, 1 are my selections. I think Mitch is going to have another day, possibly another double. He's riding here for Mike Lauer. He rode this horse last time. This horse just loves to get second, but none of the horses that have beat him are in this one. So I'm kind of switching it up. I think Tiana's horse, You're Not the Father, has a good shot at 8-1 in here as well. And then let's go to, so those are a couple I would put on. And then we're going to go to a maiden claiming for 12. This is on the grass, and I went with the 8 in here. We've got a nice field. A couple of scratches, though, with the 6 and 7, but we're going all the way to 12. So we've got a nice group here. A lot of different horses coming from different tracks, coming from different places. So it's a little bit of a question mark. But for race 4, I went with the 8, Panay, Keith DeSormo, and Jimmy Graham's coming in to ride, one of my favorite guys. I think that's the top horse in there, but definitely include a few others. 7 and 5 were my other numbers in there, because it's just a big field. But I think that's a key race right there. Maiden claiming for 20, I go 4-9-3 in here. Obviously, Star Spangled Image in that race from Andy Brown's barn. Jose Gutierrez, the Bug Boy Hot. A couple others that you might want to include in there is the 9, Mr. Ezra, Evan Roman. Everybody's messing with me today. Chef Josh just in here going like this. Eligible to improve third off the layoff as well, and has some nice speed from Michelle Elliott barn as well. Tracy's got a horse in there that I like, a little bit of a long shot. And then on the rail, Turbo Man from Steve Fostick barn, a first-time starter, looks kind of interesting. So that's the sequence for the early pick 5. Very excited. I've got a ticket as well for the late pick 4. It's a $48 play for free on my tip sheet that you can get. And remember, tomorrow, I have a huge day, Hoosier Day. Very excited to see how some of my Indiana breds are going to win. Key part of the meet here at the end. Everyone's trying to get that last-minute money, and these horses, some of these horses are running these handicaps, have been pointing towards that. You know, that's been the plan for a long time, whether they pick to run here and then again on the 25th, or just this day, or the last Champions Day. So definitely be interesting to see how everyone does. Very excited about tomorrow, so come back with us. I'm going to go jump on FanDuel here shortly to talk to everyone about our racing today. So we're 21 minutes to the opener here. John's going to be back here in just a few minutes to go over your changes in their entirety. We've got a fast and firm track. Good luck on the Tuesday card.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley on a beautiful one here in the Hoosier State. Sunny skies, 80s, main track fast, turf course firm. Out there on the Caesars course, the portable rail set at 12 feet this Hoosier week. We are fast and firm. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. No changes at the top of a 10 race card. No changes in the maiden sprint opener. The second race starts the $1 early pick 4 off. Here's scratch number 5, Suncroft. With a scratch, there'll be no superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch number 5, Suncroft. Turning to the third, here no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 2, TD Memories, add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Makes it there now 119 corrected. In the fourth, the first of those carded for the turf course. Start here the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. In the maiden turf mile, number 3, Jackrabbit, a change of jockey to Mitchell Murrell. Has 37 victories here this season. Mitchell Murrell on 3, Jackrabbit. Scratch number 6, Sligo Time, and the 7, Primo Canary. Scratch the 6 and number 7. Note number 12, Phenomenal Dream, as a first-time gelding. That designation, FTG. Phenomenal Dream, the 12, is a first-time gelding in the maiden turf mile. That starts the 50-cent late pick 5. On to race 5 we go. Here the start to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Scratch number 3, Count the Cash. Number 3, Count the Cash, has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 5, More Than a Dream. 1 pound over the program weight. On to race 6 we go. And here the second of 3 carded for the turf course. Scratch number 3, Gigi Darling. The 13, Easter Sonata. Scratch 14, Unfaithful Rose. 15, Birkin Elegance. And take out number 16, La Heroica. Scratch the 3, 13, 14, 15, and the number 16. There are no jockey changes. There's that overweight for number 7, Once More. 1 pound over. Makes the weight there now 118. In the 7th race, maiden juvenile mile. Here, scratch the also eligible. Number 11, Crazy Legs Mike. Scratch the also eligible, the number 11. Number 3, Eyes on Andy, a jockey change to Gabriel Saez. Gabriel Saez on the 3, Eyes on Andy. Number 7, Coyote Justice, 1 pound over the program weight there. In the 8th race, here in the turf mile, scratch number 10, Red Hot Justice, and the 13, Inclusive Justice. Scratch the 10 and the 13, both out of the turf mile. A couple of quarter horse dashes at the tail end of our card. Fast track. In the 9th, number 4, Streaking Little Jess, plus 7 pounds. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Sneakin' Whiskey, and the 12, Apolitical Ocean. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 and 12. Turning to the 10th, final quarter horse maiden dash over the 350. Here, scratch the also eligibles. 11, HF Firecracker. 12, Fabulous Diva. 13, KLT Furs Flyin'. And the 14, Stolen Treasure. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 14 from the quarter horse maiden dash over the 350. Maidens in the walking ring for the first of 10 on a beautiful one here on the eve of Hoosier Day. Big day on tap tomorrow. Hoosier Day 2025, Wednesday's card with 12 races, including 6 premier races, purses over $700,000. Hope you can join us tomorrow for a fantastic card. It's Hoosier Day 2025, Wednesday post time like today from 210. Maiden Sprint openers but 9 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. No changes here in the first of the day. All 7 run. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Sunny Skies 80s. Fast and firm. Turf rail set at 12 feet on that Caesar's course. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, we have a change of jockey to announce for the first time. It's in the 10th race. Later today, race 10, quarter horse maiden dasher with a 350. There in the finale, number 7, Eos Save a Cowboy. Note the jockey will be Eduardo Luna Diaz. This jockey change in the 10th race. Number 7, Eos Save a Cowboy. Make the rider Eduardo Luna Diaz. Now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint opener. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast and firm. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with Ballycotton Bay. Sophie Doyle with Ground Shaker joins Ballycotton Bay. The first two maidens into the starting gate. Alberto Burgos with Captain Case. Hannah Leahy with Left. Now Jose Gutierrez. Bizarro going in. Decatur Street leading jockey Fernando Vera Cruz with 84 wins here this season. One more. Joe Ramos and first-time starter Ghost King. Main track fast under sunny skies. For today's 10-race card, here comes the first. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Decatur Street engaged up the inside by Bizarro with an early bid. And the newcomer Ghost King is right there. It's Decatur Street. For Fernando Vera Cruz, Decatur Street just leads a pressing Bizarro. 2 lengths away to Ghost King. Showing positional pace to track them. Nearest the inside is Ballycotton Bay in the maroon cap. With Captain Case running in 5th as they dash past the half-mile pole. A break of 6 more to Ghost Shaker and turn another 6. Left trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter 22.58 seconds. 3 furlongs still ahead of Decatur Street. Decatur Street spearheads them, and Decatur Street has opened up now. A 4-length lead on Bizarro, running second by a similar margin. And then comes Ballycotton Bay, and toward the inside, Captain Case in the red cap as these maidens turn for home. On the far outside is Ground Shaker. After chasing the pace, Ghost King has dropped back and left trails Decatur Street. Half mile, 46.57 seconds with Fernando Vera Cruz. Decatur Street is a 7-length leader. Coming past the 16th from Bizarro, then Captain Case and Ghost Shaker. Decatur Street in his 13th run was second to none. Decatur Street won by 8 from Ground Shaker, who made late noise, splitting Bizarro and Captain Case. One 11.88 after the maiden. 111.886 Decatur Street. And Eva Money was first. Second, Photo. Second and third, up to the judges. Hold all bets until official. Here's another look. Decatur Street well clear. Fernando Vera Cruz notching his leading 85th victory of the season. Son of Street Sense. For Jose Casares and Jimenez Racing Stable. And Eva Money. Decatur Street, the first favorite home. Result of the place photo. Second to number 4, Ground Shaker. At 7-2, edge number 3, Bizarro. At 2-1 third and 2 Captain Case. 22-1 fourth to round out the frame. 6-4, 3-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Decatur Street. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz ringing up his 85th victory of the meet. Decatur Street is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Street Sense out of the Smart Strike mare. Carmel Snap. Jose Casares trains for Jimenez Racing Stable LLC of owner Normando Jimenez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Decatur Street. Takes out the maiden sprint, race 1 official. First results in 6-4 exacta, paid an even $11. 50-cent trifecta, 6-4-3, $5.90. Captain Case was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 6-4-3-2, paid $5.48. In the maiden opener, favorite first, all 7 ran. Fast track, 1:11.88 seconds to start. Race 2, the sprint 22 minutes away from post. Scratch number 5, Suncroft. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta, owing to the scratch of the 5, Suncroft. Race 2 will feature exacta. There's the 50-cent trifecta. Sprint starts, another rolling double, pick 3, and the $1 early pick 4 starts here. Sunny, Fast and Fur. Post time 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers on this beautiful day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Decatur Street. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Decatur Street engaged up the inside by Bizarro with an early bid, and the newcomer Ghost King is right there. It's Decatur Street. For Fernando de la Cruz, Decatur Street just leads, oppressing Bizarro 2 lengths away to Ghost King. Showing positional pace to track them. Here's the inside is Belly Cotton Bay in the maroon cap, with Captain Case running in 5th as they dash past the half-mile pole. A break of 6 more to Ghost Shaker and turn another 6. Left trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter 22.58 seconds. 3 furlongs still ahead of Decatur Street. Decatur Street spearheads them, and Decatur Street has opened up now. A 4-length lead on Bizarro, running second by a similar margin. And then comes Belly Cotton Bay, and toward the inside, Captain Case in the red cap as these maidens turn for home. On the far outside is Ground Shaker. After chasing the pace, Ghost King has dropped back and left trails Decatur Street. Half mile, 46.57 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Decatur Street is a 7-length leader. Coming past the 16th from Bizarro, then Captain Case and Ghost Shaker. Decatur Street in his 13th run was second to none. Decatur Street won by 8 from Ground Shaker, who made late noise, splitting Bizarro and Captain Case.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we have a allowance. They are 3-year-olds and up. The 5 is out of this race, and I'm gonna go with the 6 on top here. 6-2-1 for me, and the 1 when I sat down as we were showing it, just beautiful in the paddock. But I'm gonna go with Sweet Fantasy. Here, Fernando de la Cruz, our leading jockey, did win the opener, so he's looking for a double here. You see Ricky Giannini, who is Brad Cox's assistant there, wiping him off. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Cross Traffic, Stormy Atlantic Dam. Oh, this is owned by Richard Giannini. Is this owned by Ricky, I think? This horse has come off second and a third place finish, a mile and 70 on August 14th, claiming for 25. I forgot to ask Ricky that. I saw that yesterday, and I was like, I should ask him. This one was claimed and off of that effort on August 14th and was nosed out so close. And then he put him in an allowance routing, which we're sprinting today, but tried 2 turns with him, and he ended up third by 7. Kind of a best of the rest situation for Sweet Fantasy. And now he's trying sprint distance. For the if you go back, so what I was looking at, so back at Oaklawn when he had this one, it had a nice second and a nice win. Not in this kind of race. It was a claim for 16, and he's been claimed the last couple times. So you know he's a nice horse because you keep wanting him back. But this horse has had a lot of in the money finishes, mainly sprinting. So broke the maiden at a mile, then lit up the board, was 4th at 6, 3rd at 6 furlongs, 6 furlongs, a second at Oaklawn, and another win at Churchill. And that was a mile and 16. So this guy's pretty versatile. However, I think getting back to the sprint distance is going to be key for him. It says, he's texting me back right now, he does own this one. But, I mean, we all call him Ricky, so I didn't know your name was Richard. That's crazy. So yeah, so Brad Cox and he owns this one. Pretty exciting. I like how you guys are getting him getting him on the camera telling me, Del Rachel, can you read? Which is how he talks to me all the time. Rocket Haas is my next selection. Joe Davis, 7-1 on the tote board. Louis Contreras is aboard here for Joe Davis. And Joe, last couple months, having some nice winners. Rocket Haas definitely had a tough trip last time and did not like the grass at all. But go back to some of the other ones. I mean, this horse won on the slop here last year in an allowance, 2 seconds in a row, a nice third as well. I mean, so yeah, this is another guy who's very, very consistent, very versatile. 7 of 12 in the money for Rocket Haas. Now, I don't know how this is going to go. He's usually on the front end. He really is. He's either at the lead, half a length off the leader, but that's also the deal for the 1. Also the 3, probably a little bit of early speed. And Ricky's horse, Sweet Fantasy. So I don't know how this is going to play out. They're all kind of similar there. But I do think that the numbers are better on the 6, so I put it on top. But then let's talk about the other one. I mentioned the 1 at 10-1 as the jockeys are heading out. El Dandy. El Dandy gets Andre Calleja aboard for Israel Acevedo. 3-year-old colt by Daredevil. Coming out of these races, tried at Thistle. It looked good at first, and then it kind of fell apart at the end there. August 21st here was 3rd by 3 lengths with Hawkeye, Chocolate Moose. I mean, Hawkeye just ran the other day, was the 6-5 beaten favorite. Tough horse there. 3 back was checked kind of between horses and a very salty allowance at Ellis, so we'll just draw a line through that one. Other than that, those other 3 pretty good races. And at 10-1, I'll take it, given that here at Indy on that 3rd place finish put up an 83 Brisnet speed figure. But like I said, this one's got early speed. There is some early kick to this race. So the way that it plays out here after the break is going to kind of determine what's going to happen. So the way that I see it, it's 6-1 here in the second race. I'm going to go with Ricky's horse, Sweet Fantasy. Good luck.
The horses called post route now for the second race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 5. Number 5, Suncroft, has been scratched. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured, owing to the scratch of number 5, Suncroft. No superfecta here. The sprint with exacta trifecta, double pick 3 and starts with a $1 early pick 4. Sunny, fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4 with a sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kowick. Andres Cayena with El Dandy, the first of the 5 to move into the starting gate. Now Luis Contreras with Rocket Hoss joins El Dandy. Now John Harron's pair. Alberto Burgos with Ravenstown. Sarah Bermudez with Gold Sweep. Over John Harron with 43 wins here this season. Tied for tops and one more Sweet Fantasy. Fernando de la Cruz won the opener. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. Sweet Fantasy away well. Right there is Ravenstown in the green helmet, along with toward the inside El Dandy and Rocket Hoss also looking to mix it up as they scramble, going past the half-mile pole where El Dandy just leads from the rail for Andres Cayena, pressed by Rocket Hoss. With Ravenstown on the speed, on the outside is Gold Sweep in a white cap with just over 3 furlongs to go, and Sweet Fantasy trails the quintet. The quarter fought through in 22.10 seconds. These leaders making their way toward the quarter pole. And here's Gold Sweep, who's ranging up now for Simmer Bermudez, and Gold Sweep's on the move and has taken the lead as they come past the quarter pole from Ravenstown between horses. Nearest the inside, Rocket Hoss, El Dandy with the rail, and Sweet Fantasy on the front side, looking to launch a bid for Fernando de la Cruz, but Gold Sweep has gotten away and has amassed a 6-length lead past the 8th pole. From toward the inside, Rocket Hoss with Sweet Fantasy and Ravenstown between horses. El Dandy dropped away. It's Gold Sweep. And Gold Sweep scores well clear from Rocket Hoss. And then Sweet Fantasy, Ravenstown, and El Dandy. .103.44 after the sprint, 103.44 seconds, 4-2 then a show photo. Number 4, Gold Sweep at 3-5 by a wide margin of victory. 2, Rocket Hoss at 7-2 was the runner-up. Third's a photo. Please hold all tickets until official Sammy Bermudez for John Harron. Tops the trainer leaderboard with 44 wins here this meet. 4-2 stand by for the 3rd and 4th. There was no superfecta featured. The judges have posted number 6, Sweet Fantasy, 2 to 1/3, and 3, Ravenstown at 14 to 1/4. 4-2, 6-3. Stepping into the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner Circle, number 4, Gold Sweep, with Samuel Bermudez. Gold Sweep is a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Speightstown, and a Wonder Brew by Giants Causeway. Racing for trainer John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds LLC, and Carl Brittingham. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Gold Sweep. Race 2 official. The 4-2 Exacta paid $9.20. Sweet Fantasy was third. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-6, $7.25. 6 and 4, the opening double, combining Decatur Street with Gold Sweep, and even $10. In the second race, the 5 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 5 ran, 103.44. 22 minutes away, race 3. In the next one, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 2, TD Memories, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:12. Gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. Sweet Fantasy away well. Right there is Ravenstown in the green helmet, along with toward the inside El Dandy and Rocket Hoss also looking to mix it up as they scramble, going past the half-mile pole where El Dandy just leads from the rail for Andres Calleja, pressed by Rocket Hoss. With Ravenstown on the speed. On the outside is Gold Sweep in a white cap with just over 3 furlongs to go, and Sweet Fantasy trails the quintet. The quarter fought through in 22.10 seconds. These leaders making their way toward the quarter pole. And here's Gold Sweep, who's ranging up now for Samuel Bermudez, and Gold Sweep's on the move and has taken the lead as they come past the quarter pole from Ravenstown between horses. Nearest the inside, Rocket Hoss, El Dandy with the rail, and Sweet Fantasy on the front outside, looking to launch a bid for Fernando Veta Cruz, but Gold Sweep has gotten away and has amassed a 6-length lead past the 8th pole. From toward the inside, Rocket Hoss with Sweet Fantasy and Ravenstown between horses. El Dandy dropped away. It's Gold Sweep. And Gold Sweep scores well clear from Rocket Hoss. And then Sweet Fantasy, Ravenstown, and Gate.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and got another allowance. This one a mile and 70 on the fast main track. The 4 right now is a 6-5 favorite, and I kind of like You're Not the Father as well here in this race. I'll go over my selections, but we'll start with the 4 Inclined. Mitchell Merle is aboard here in this race for Mike and Penny Lauer, who have bred, owned, and trained this 4-year-old colt by Reddy's Image. He's 1 for 21, but boy, does he like to get second and third. Starting out in 2025 with a second, another second, going 6 furlongs, then a third at a mile, a second at 6 furlongs, and a second at a mile. Mitch was on him last time. I know usually I don't do this when I see this kind of horse, because I try to explain to people, if you own horses and you've been around them a lot, some of them they're leaders and some of them aren't, and some horses don't like to pass the pack, the herd. When they're in a herd and they're in their natural habitat, they all stick together. There might be one horse as a boss that will go in the lead. This poor guy, he doesn't want to get out there. He likes it safe and in second. But maybe Mitchell, since he rode him last time, can figure him out, get him out there, and get him to the wire. He's even money. He looks spectacular. Mitch coming off a double yesterday. He's early. No, he does not. I'm sorry. My page was flipped to the wrong one. He has the highest last race speed figure of 75. And it was similar. Also, I think that John just said that Mitchell's 6 of 25, I believe. But in the last week, and this was as of a couple days ago, so add 2 more wins to this. 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 2/3. So now it would probably be 6. And possibly a couple more, but definitely looks good. See if we can't get another win today. The 5, You Are Not the Father, the Maury name drop, walks right into the frame. Evan Roman aboard for breeder, owner, trainer Tiana Richardville, 5-year-old gelding by Neck and Neck, making his 18th lifetime start. Another one, just 1 win of those. Obviously, this is kind of that group. It's a condition 1A other than, sort of, but this horse likes to set off the pace. He's not really usually very forward. They've had him on turf the last 3 times. Him and Anna got beaten by a head routing on the turf on the 26th. And so Tiana's switching things up. We're going to route on the dirt. And if you just look through these, routing on the dirt back this June, was second in Neck, did win going a mile and a 16th. That was, however, it was on a good track, taken off the turf. So I think You Are Not the Father has a good shot here today as well. Kind of just maybe needs some more 2 turns. And Hannah's ridden him. She's switching to Evan. That's a big deal for Tiana for sure. And then we're going to go to the 1, Showdown Justice. 5-2 right now on the tote board. Fernando de la Cruz, our top jockey. He's got a pretty big lead, getting legged up there by Mr. Randy Klopp, who is coming off of an allowance 6th place finish, won by 2 lengths in a claim for 15. And then had the bar change. Klopp put him in an allowance. Now he's got this Indiana sired allowance that he's going to try. And he is staying at a mile as well. He's been running against this group. Knee Deep Justice, Mystery, and Plaqued Incline. You Are Not the Father. So we'll see who ends up on top today. But I'm really rooting for Inclined. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Let's see what we can do if we can't get another win for him and Mitchell today. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race today. Carded at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here a field of 7. All 7 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 2, TD Memories. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Voting starts. Showdown Justice. Fernando de la Cruz won the opener. Decatur Street and Gold Sweep our first two winners. Mitchell Morrow with Inclined has joined Showdown Justice. Andres Aloa with TD Memories. Evan Roman with You Are Not the Father. Now TD Memories going in. Inclined right now, the 3-5 favorite on Inclined. TD Memories into the starting gate at 45-1 odds at 1 mile and 70 yards. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Mystery Impact, the white and burgundy blocks. Needy Justice, Joe Ramos with 66 wins here this season. Now Mystery Impact. Inclined 3-5 favorite. 3-1 Showdown Justice and 5-1 Needy Justice. One more Alberto Pusac with Parker. Loads at 12-1. They're in the gate. They're off. Needy Justice broke slow. Showdown Justice, sharp away from the rail for Fernando de la Cruz and coming right to the forefront. Showdown Justice as TD Memories is up and after the lead as they enter the first turn. You're Not the Father in the orange sleeves running wide. Then toward the inside is Inclined, who comes up the rail now for Mitchell Morrow at the 6.5. Then comes Parker with Mystery Impact and slow starting Needy Justice trails as these Indiana breds go to the back of the track being led by Showdown Justice. Easily out in front here for Fernando. The quarter 24.19 seconds. Showdown Justice dictates his own terms. Leads long odds TD Memories by 2, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Inclined in the green cap running third by a half length. With You Are Not the Father in fourth. The next two, Parker racing outside of Mystery Impact and still 3 more lengths astern. Needy Justice remains last of the 7th. The half mile for the front runner, Showdown Justice. 49.14 seconds as they enter the far turn. Showdown Justice still leads TD Memories Inclined and You Are Not the Father. Then now here comes Needy Justice, who's starting to gain for Joe Ramos with inside 3 furlongs to go. The trailers are Parker and Mystery Impact. It's still Showdown Justice. Showdown Justice on the edge of the quarter pole from TD Memories. Needy Justice gains, racing just outside of Inclined with the rail. Showdown Justice spins them in. 3/4, 1 minute 14.59 seconds. Showdown Justice joined to the inside by Inclined. Joined on the outside by Needy Justice, who was last out of the starting gate. Parker's back in fourth. It's Showdown Justice sticking that neck out. Coming past the 16th, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Showdown Justice just kept on finding and pulled away to best Inclined by 3. Needy Justice was third. Parker finished fourth. $143.81 unofficial. 1437 number 1 Showdown Justice at 7-2 first. Number 4, Inclined, with another silver medal. 3, Knee Deep Justice at 4 to 1/3, and 7, Parker at 9 to 1/4. Hold all bets until official. Make it a double on the card for Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader. Randy Klopp with his 44th win of the season, tied for tops. Showdown Justice at 7 to 2. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 1, Showdown Justice. Riding double on the card for the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Showdown Justice is a 5-year-old big gelding by Harry's Holiday. Out of the Flower Alley Mare Prairie Flower, Randy Klopp trains for David Neiman's Willowbrook Stables Limited. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Showdown Justice. Race 3 official. The 1-4 Exacta paid $25 even. 50-cent trifecta, $16.60. First pick 3 on the card. Combining Decatur Street with Gold Sweep with Showdown Justice. Pays $15.65 for that winning combination. The 4-1 double and even $18 with Parker 4th. The 10-cent superfecta paid $9.26. 143.81 seconds after the running of race 3. Race 4, the first of 3 today on the turf course. Course rated firm on the eve of Hoosier Day. Turf rail set this Hoosier week at 12 feet. Course firm. The maiden turf mile scratched the 6 Sligo time and 7 Primo Canary. Scratch the 6 and the 7. 3 Jackrabbit. A change of jockey to Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell rides 3 Jackrabbit. Note number 12, Phenomenal Dream, is a first-time gelding. FTG, the designation. 12 Phenomenal Dream, a first-time gelding, racing in the maiden turf mile. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent late pick 5. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Post time will be in 20 minutes. Due at 3:43. They're off. Knee Deep Justice broke slow. Showdown Justice, sharp away from the rail for Fernando de la Cruz and coming right to the forefront. Showdown Justice as TD Memories is up and after the lead as they enter the first turn. You're Not the Father in the orange sleeves running wide. Then toward the inside is Inclined, who comes up the rail now for Mitchell Murrell at the 6.5. Then comes Parker with Mystery Impact, and slow starting Knee Deep Justice trails as these Indiana breds go to the back of the track being led by Showdown Justice. Easily out in front here for Fernando. The quarter 24.19 seconds. Showdown Justice dictates his own terms. Leads long odds TD Memories by 2, making his run toward the half-mile pole. Inclined in the green cap running third by a half length. With You're Not the Father in 4th. The next two, Parker racing outside of Mystery Impact and still 3 more lengths astern. Knee Deep Justice remains last of the 7th. The half mile for the front runner, Showdown Justice. 49.14 seconds as they enter the far turn. Showdown Justice still leads Teeny Memories Inclined and You Are Not the Father. Then now here comes Knee Deep Justice, who's starting to gain for Joe Ramos with inside 3 furlongs to go. The trailers are Parker and Mystery Impact. It's still Showdown Justice. Showdown Justice on the edge of the quarter pole from TD Memories. Knee Deep Justice gains, racing just outside of Inclined with the rail. Showdown Justice spins them in. 3/4, 1 minute 14.59 seconds. Showdown Justice joined to the inside by Inclined, joined on the outside by Knee Deep Justice, who was last out of the starting gate. Parker's back in 4th. It's Showdown Justice sticking that neck out, coming past the 16th, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Showdown Justice just kept on finding and pulled away to best Inclined by 3. Knee Deep Justice was 3rd. Parker finished 4th.
9 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This starts the late 50 cent Fire 5, 11.99%. Takeout on the late Fire 5. We have a 3-year-old maiden claiming for 12.5. They're going to go a mile on the grass. We do have a scratch of the 6 and the 7 out of a 12-horse field. So we got 10 betting interest going forward, and the 10 is the favorite right now at 3-1. I've got 845 in here. Panay is my top selection in this race. Jimmy Graham coming in to ride for Keith DeSormo, and this is a 3-year-old gelding by Mendelssohn, who has ran here. They tried last year at Colonial, a little bit at Churchill, didn't do much. We had a third in a maiden claiming for 20, put up a 72 Brisnet speed figure there at Churchill, 6 furlongs on the dirt, and then went to May 16th at Churchill and maiden claiming for 40, put up an 81, but just completely missed the break in there. Was so left by the entire group, was last by 14 lengths, and then ended up 6th by 10. So I know if they had missed the break, I'm sure Jimmy would say that he could have at least gotten the money there. But August 25th, 6 furlongs here at a maiden claiming for 15 was third. And then they tried back at Churchill on September 17th. We're going down again today, which I think is going to make a big difference. I think Keith found this spot particularly. The fact that Jimmy's coming in to ride, I think, is a big deal. The class relief, third off the layoff. And I think James Graham is just one of my most favorite people. He's hilarious. He's a great rider. I'm glad to see he's in here today. So I took note of that. Gave him the edge. He didn't come here for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Then we'll go to the 4. My 8 is 5-1. The 4 is 9-2. And that is Briar Cliff. The Biscuit comes in to ride. Adam Biscuitza riding here for Ed Vaughn. And this horse has already tried this race. August 14th, it got taken off the grass in a maiden special. It was 4th, got brushed at the start out of 5-horse field. So let's just draw a line through that one. And then let's look at this grass race. The only thing with my 8 is he's ran on the grass and hasn't ran that well. However, I do think that switching everything up is going to make a difference. And I never really base a horse's first race ever on what their form could be, because the first race is, it's the first time they've ever done it. Now, this is second time on the grass for Briar Cliff, a 3-year-old gelding by Good Magic. And he's adding blinkers back on. So he had blinkers for the debut, ran just on Lasix and got third on September 9th. We're putting the blinkers. Oh my goodness, excuse me, guys. We're putting the blinkers back on, and we're going down to a mile. We're sticking to the turf. And then I'm going to round it out with a 5. Timbo's Tangler. I got everybody coming in here for this race, including Chris Landeros. He's coming in. He's had, last couple times he's come in, he's had some nice races, some good success. He is riding here for Ian Wilkes, a 3-year-old gelding by Max Mischief. Love to see that into Mischief, the top sire here in the grandsire stats, but we're going down in distance to a mile. He was third, 2 back at that distance at this class. They tried to go a little bit longer at a mile and 16th last time. It didn't work out. Chris is back up. Chris Landeros is back aboard here, and I think this is going to be kind of an interesting race. But I'm going with all my guys that are coming in here to ride, except Gabe. So, of course, I said it on Fox Sports. Gabe always beats me. Put some money on the 1 just as a consolation. But I'm going to go 8-4-5 in this turf race. I'm maiden claiming for 12-5. The start of the late Fire 5. Yeah, he's laughing. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh, Gabe. You always beat me every time you come. This is Brian's ticket. He went 4 by 3. He has 2, 3, and 4 in race 6. He singled the 8 in race 7, and then he spread in race 8. $108 ticket. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the fourth race. Here the maiden turf mile. Course firm rail at 12 feet, a field of 10. Scratch 6 Sligo time at 7 Primo Canary. Scratch the 6 and the number 7. Number 3 Jackrabbit, a jockey change to Mitchell Murrell. 37 wins here this season. Mitchell Murrell here on number 3 Jackrabbit. Number 12 Phenomenal Dream is a first-time gelding. Designation FTG, 12 Phenomenal Dream, a first-time gelding here in the maiden turf mile. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick Gold Turf Pick 3. Featured on Tuesday's card, Firm and Fast. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden turf mile. Firm and Fast today. Less than 1 minute. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Gabriel Saez with Gold Gunner, James Graham, and Pine. Pine is joined Gold Gunner. Rodney Prescott with Old Trace coming up. Loading here at the mile start for the maiden turf. Eric Asmussen with Solevo. Mitch Merle and Jack Rabbit going in. Final scene. Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader, already with a couple of wins on the card. Final scene went in okay. Adam Beskitzen with Briarcliff drew 4. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Banadoso. Air Horse 1, Drone View. Course here is firm. Turf rail set at 12 feet this Hoosier week. Hoosier Day tomorrow. Chris Landeros with Timbo's Tangler loading. One more, Jose Gutierrez with Phenomenal Dream to make up the 10. Over the mile, firm rail at 12 feet. Start here the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. On a beautiful day here in the Hoosier State. Firm and fast. Leading up Phenomenal Dream. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gold Gunner broke sharp. Briarcliff with Jack Rabbit toward the inside parts of the course. Timbo's Tangler, and there's Banadoso going for an early run as they make their way toward the first turn. Just being led by Briarcliff for Adam Beskitzen. It's a short lead for Briarcliff as they make their way into the first turn. Right there is Banadoso with in between horses Timbo's Tangler. They have 6 furlongs to run. And then comes Solevo in the royal blue with the white halves in cap and Gold Gunner receiving ground. The leading quintet as they go to the back of the course. Final scene is a wide 6th. Jack Rabbit settled in 7th. That comes Phenomenal Dream next in 8th, followed on the outside by Pine, who's now making headway for James Graham, but out deep on the course. And toward the inside, Old Trace has dropped back to last, 22.75 seconds, going past the half-mile pole. Joint leaders here in the maiden turf mile. It's Briarcliff who leads. Timbo's Tangler sitting right there with Briarcliff. They're a half length apart. Banadoso's a close third. Then to the inside, Solevo and final scene of the Black Silks. Jack Rabbit is 5 lengths off these co-leaders. Half mile in 47.21 seconds. Then Old Trace with Phenomenal Dream. Pine on the far outside is some 7 lengths off these leaders. Coming past the quarter pole, and Gold Gunner is last. They straighten away. After 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.32 seconds, top of the home run. And Timbo's Tangler battles Briarcliff. Briarcliff just leads. Here's Jack Rabbit who makes a split. Timbo's Tangler's battling. Solevo buried toward the inside. Phenomenal Dream. On the far outside, Old Trace. And then comes Banadoso who's dropped back with Mitchell Morrill. It's Jack Rabbit. Jack Rabbit is pulled clear, and Jack Rabbit won by 4. From Old Trace with Phenomenal Dream third. And then Timbo's Tangler with Briarcliff. Solevo, Banadoso. Next was Pine, final scene, and Gold Gunner was last to pull up. .137.65 after the maiden turf mile. 137.65. 3-2-12-5-3. Jack Rabbit. 9-2 first. Out to the maiden ranks over 2 Old Trace. 9-1 second. 12 Phenomenal Dream. 7-1 third. Here's the slow-mo. 5 Timbo's Tangler finished 4th. Briarcliff with Banadoso among those next home. 137.65. Mitchell Murrell with his 38th of the meet. Here for Brian Williamson, son of Jack Milton, Jack Rabbit at 9-2. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner Circle, the 3 Jackrabbit with Mitchell Merle. Jackrabbit is a 4-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Jack Milton out of the Candy Ride mare Yummy. Brian Williamson trains for Thomas Fitch's Oak Knoll Farm at Alcine, Nancy Veneer, and Lida Williamson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Jackrabbit out to the maiden ranks at 9-2. It's official. 3-2 exacta paid $87.80, 50-cent trifecta, $174.95. This 50-cent pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4, $46.75. 1-3 double, $113.20, combining Showdown Justice with Jackrabbit. Timbo's Tangler ran 4th, 10-cent superfecta, $180.58. 137.65 on a firm Caesars course with a turf rail at 12 feet this Hoosier week. 21 minutes away, race 5 is next on the agenda. In the maiden sprint, scratch 3, Count the Cash. 3, Count the Cash has been scratched. Number 5, More Than a Dream, is 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, and start to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Fast and firm. Post time 4:16. And they're off. Gold Gunner broke sharp. Briarcliff with Jackrabbit toward the inside parts of the course. Timbo's Tangler, and there's Benedoso going for an early run as they make their way toward the first turn. Just being led by Briarcliff for Adam Beschizza. It's a short lead for Briarcliff as they make their way into the first turn. Right there is Benedoso with the between horses Timbo's Tangler. They have 6 furlongs to run. And then comes Solevo in the royal blue with the white halves in cap, and Gold Gunner saving ground, the leading quintet as they go to the back of the course. Final scene is a wide 6th. Jackrabbit settled in 7th. That comes Phenomenal Dream next in 8th. Followed on the outside by Pine, who's now making headway for James Graham, but out deep on the course. And toward the inside, Old Trace has dropped back to last. 22.75 seconds going past the half-mile pole. Joint leaders here in the maiden turf mile. It's Briarcliff who leads. Timbo's Tangler sitting right there with Briarcliff. They're a half-length apart. Benedoso's a close third. Then to the inside, Solevo, and final scene in the black silks. Jackrabbit is 5 lengths off these co-leaders. Half mile in 47.21 seconds. Then Old Trace with Phenomenal Dream. Pine on the far outside is some 7 lengths off these leaders. Coming past the quarter pole, and Gold Gunner is last. They straighten away. After 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.32 seconds, top of the home run. And Timbo's Tangler battles Briarcliff. Briarcliff just leads. Here's Jackrabbit who makes a split. Timbo's Tangler's battling. Solevo buried toward the inside. Phenomenal Dream. On the far outside, Old Trace. And then comes Benedoso, who's dropped back with Mitchell Morrill. It's Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit is pulled clear, and Jackrabbit won by 4. From Old Trace with Phenomenal Dream third. And then Timbo's Tangler.
We are 11 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got a Indiana bred maiden claiming for 20, and they're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. Right now we do have a scratch of the 3. I liked the 3, so I put the 1 in instead. But on top I have the 4. It's 2-1 right now on the tote board, and that is Star Spangled Image. This horse is trained by Andrew Brown and the apprentice jockey Jose Gutierrez aboard. He's been aboard the last 3 races. A couple of the dirt ones were great in August sprinting, and in September 2nd sprinting. He got 3rd both times. Did not like the turf. So we're back here 6 furlongs on the dirt, and I think that's going to make all the world of difference to Star Spangled Image. Definitely not a whole lot of speed in here. The speed figures aren't crazy, but as far as the kind of horses that the 4 has been running against, he's got the highest class rating in this race. And I think he's got a pretty good shot to maybe finally break the maiden, especially coming down from maiden special weight to maiden claiming is a huge key drop. He has done so before in a maiden claiming for 15, but in very bad luck fashion, poor guy caught the slop. So he gets gorgeous. Ooh, that 8 looks really good. He gets gorgeous weather today, and you know, he's got Jose aboard. The kid's been on fire. So I'm gonna go 4-9-1. Let's talk about this 9 at 8-1. Mr. Ezra. Mr. Ezra, as I said, there wasn't a whole lot of speed, but last time he showed a little bit. He put up a 64 at the distance. And this is going to be an interesting, oh my goodness, guys. I have not yawned on air this much. I don't know what's going on. I'm not even really that tired. Mr. Ezra is trained by Michelle Elliott and is a 4-year-old gelding here who's coming out of a maiden claiming for 8. He's just been even. It's 3rd off the layoff, though. I think he fits in with here. It doesn't seem to matter. I mean, he's ran in maiden special weights against Star Spangled Image. I just think that he needs the kind of trip. When he gets going too early, I don't think that it's helping him out. Some of the closer races that he's been have been a little bit farther off the pace than he has been. So maybe a nice patient trip, and I'm sure Evan can give him that. He rode him last time, and they at least hit the board, which was nice at a maiden claiming for 8. He did duel for the lead there going into the stretch, and then he just kind of was like, I give up. So what a group here. Let's go to the 1, and that is Turbo Man at 9-1. Honestly, I looked and I thought, you know what, in this kind of race, who's hot right now? And it's Steve Fostick as well, who's had just a really great meet altogether. Honestly, the last few years he has. This is a first-time starter, a 3-year-old gelding by Turbo Compressor. Miss Shannon is the dam, and the gate work coming into this race looks good on September 13th. Oh, we have a new work. We have a late work on this one. September 26th, Indiana 3 furlongs. This is not in your program, guys, but it is on Brisnet. September 26th, 3 furlongs on a good track. 38, breezing 305. So I like both of those coming in there. What a cute guy. The 1. 4-9-1 for me here in the 5th race. This does start the Itoba late pick 4, and I thought this was an interesting race to start on. I just put my top selection and then made a long shot, which was the 4, and then I put the 1 in there. In the next race, though, it's a lot tougher. Maiden claiming for 25. I think this one's wide open. 1, 2, 6, 9. I kind of spread in here because I think the 1, the 2, the 3, the 6. There's a lot of horses with a good chance in here. And then in the next race, I went 5-8. The 5, My Lunar Charm, showed some nice speed last time. It was close with Jose Gutierrez aboard. And then I went 3-11-12 in the 8th, which is our final thoroughbred race, and a nice turf allowance. 3-11-12. I think Alex Ashard's going to take that one with Karen Whittick. It's a $48 play. We're 6 minutes to the start of the Itoba late pick 4. And don't forget, tomorrow we have a ton of Indiana bred handicaps. Definitely visit the Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association site if you've ever been interested in owning an Indiana bred. I'm just going to say it that you can buy them for very reasonable cost at our sale October 11th, and you can run them for races that are 100,000, 150,000. So be sure to hit them up. 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. Maiden sprint here over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 3, Count the Cash, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Count the Cash. Number 5, More Than a Dream, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Race 5 features Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Maiden sprint starts the $1 late pick 4. Daily presented by Itoba. Fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes to post. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast and firm. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden sprint, Alberto Burgos. Turbo Man, the first-time starter, wet and well. Joel Albornoz with Tanny Como. Joined Turbo Man. Bella's Charm would be a hat trick of wins for Fernando de la Cruz. Rodney Prescott, Ditto Cat loaded. Jose Gutierrez with Star Spangled Image. Joe Ramos with Gray V. At 6 furlongs, 2 back. Joseph Romero with More Than a Dream. Star Spangled Image right now, 8-5 favorite. One more. Aaron Rahman with Mr. Ezra. Fast and firm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here comes the 5th. All in line. And they're off. Kenny Como was awkwardly away. Star Spangled Image also got scattered back through the pack. Gray V sharply away here for Joe Ramos. Gray V has the speed to lead. A close-up Mr. Ezra as they go up the back. Bella's Charm is just in third, the first-time starter. Turbo Man is running in 4th by 2. More Than a Dream is next in 5th. Then it's a gap of 6 more to Ditto Cat with Star Spangled Image, and awkwardly away, Tanny Como trails the maiden sprint. First couple of furlongs in 22.63 seconds. Gray V, 3 furlongs to go. Gray V being tracked by Mr. Ezra, who stays close to the leader as they round the far turn. Bella's Charm is back in 3rd by 4. Then comes More Than a Dream in 4th as they come past the quarter pole. Dropping back was Turbo Man, with in between horses Star Spangled Image, then Ditto Cat, and Tanny Como has trailed. The leader, Gray V. Top of the lane, Gray V. Half mile, 46.40 seconds with the rail for Joe Ramos. Gray V is a 6-length leader coming down toward the final 16th. As More Than a Dream takes up the pursuit, Star Spangled Image gains toward the inside. Bella's Charm is dropped back. Here's More Than a Dream for Joseph Romero. More Than a Dream does it over Star Spangled Image. Gravy was 3rd, Bella's Charm 4th, and Ditto Cat finished a well-beaten 5th. 113.27 after the maiden sprint. 113.27. 5-4-8-2. Unofficial 5 More Than a Dream. 5-2 first. Number 4 Star Spangled Image. 2-1 second. Number 8 Gray V. 5-1 third. 2 Bella's Charm at 7-1 was fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Joseph Romero gets on the Tuesday scoreboard here on Hoosier Week. Here for Randy Klopp, Grant and Charles Turner. The son of Probation Ready at second asking. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, More Than a Dream, with Joseph Romero. More Than a Dream is a 3-year-old gray roan gelding by Probation Ready, and a Virginia Dream by Aldebaran. Randy Klopp trains for Grant Turner and Charles Turner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of More Than a Dream out to the maiden ranks. Race 5 official. The 50-cent early pick 5. 5 of 5 returned $584.10. The 5-4 exacta $20.60. 50-cent trifecta 5-4-8 $27.30. 3-5 double paid $45.60. Bella's Charm 4th. 10-cent superfecta $24.23. 50-cent pick 3. 1-3 with the 5 $64.30. The $1 early pick 4 on 404 paid $482.50. The maiden, the 3 was a non-runner. Favorite, second. 8 ran, 113.27 seconds. 22 minutes away from race 6, our next stop, as part of a 10-race card. Hoosier Day tomorrow off at 2:10. Hoosier Day tomorrow, 12 races, 6 premier races, over $700,000 in purses up for grabs. Hope you can join us midweek. Tomorrow it's Hoosier Day here at the Shoe. Race 6, mid and juvenile fillies turf sprint. Scratch number 3, Gigi Darling. Take out the 13, Easter Sonata. Scratch the 14, Unfaithful Rose. 15, Birkin Elegance, and the 16, La Heroica. Scratch the 3, 13, 14, 15, and the number 16 from the race card. There are no jockey changes. Number 7, Once More, 1 pound over the program weight, makes it there now 118 corrected. Race 6 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. There is a carryover on the card here today. Firm and fast, the 10-cent Grand High 5. First time the pentafecta wager featured on the card here today. And there's a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5 of $4,483 for a pentafecta carryover featured here on the maiden juvenile fillies turf sprint with a post time of 4:47. And they're off. Kenny Como was awkwardly away. Star Spangled Image also got scattered back through the pack. Gray V sharply away here for Joe Ramos. Gray V has the speed to lead. A close-up Mr. Ezra as they go up the back. Bella's Charm is just in third, the first-time starter. Turbo Man is running in fourth by 2. More Than a Dream is next in fifth. Then it's a gap of 6 more to Ditto Cat with Star Spangled Image, and awkwardly away, Tenny Como trails the maiden sprint. First couple of furlongs in 22.63 seconds. Gray V, 3 furlongs to go. Gray V being tracked by Mr. Ezra, who stays close to the leader as they round the far turn. Bella's Charm is back in third by 4. Then comes More Than a Dream in fourth as they come past the quarter pole. Dropping back was Turbo Man, with in between horses Star Spangled Image, then Ditto Cat, and Tenny Como has trailed. The leader, Gray V. Top of the lane, Gray V. Half mile, 46.40 seconds with the rail for Joe Ramos. Gray V is a 6-length leader coming down toward the final 16th. As More Than a Dream takes up the pursuit, Star Spangled Image gains toward the inside. Bella's Charm is dropped back. Here's More Than a Dream for Joseph Romero. More Than a Dream does it over Star Spangled Image. Gravy was third, Bella's Charm fourth, and Ditto Cat finished a well-beaten fifth. Hello again from the broadcast booth. Halftime here is part of a 10-race card at Horseshoe Indianapolis ahead of race 6 that features a carryover. In the 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta carryover of $4,483. Taking a moment to wish a very happy 80th birthday to a special guest joining us here today at the races, Stanley West. Wishing Stanley a very happy 80th birthday from all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Happy 80th birthday, Stanley West. Great to have you with us today here at the track.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're 10 minutes away from race number 6. A couple of scratches to go over for this 5 furlong turf event in here. Scratch numbers 3, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Still plenty big field for this field of 2-year-old fillies, all looking for their first career victory. Some of them trying racing for the first time, others trying the turf for the first time, but all with a common goal of getting to the winner's circle for the first time of their career. 5 furlongs on the turf. I'm going to not go too far away from the starting gate with Union Empress. For Souped Up Stables, a 2-year-old filly by Unified out of Empress Maker gets Joseph Bielmer calling the shots for Jim Corrigan. Corrigan known for rolling them out at 2 years old and having very good success with young horses, especially over at Keeneland. But he'll bring this Kentucky bred over to make her debut for Souped Up Stables at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Empress Maker, the mare, was very good. She banked $122,000 in only a 13-race career. In fact, she was a stakes winner over at Delaware Park for Graham Motion as well. She loved the turf. She was turf all day long, and she's produced some winners as well. 3 out of 5 have gone on to win. Most notably, maybe Too Far East is West, a horse who was 6 for 8 in the trifecta, banked $160,000 for Mike Trombetta and ran a good second on debut at Laurel. They also have Sensemaker. All of them have been purely turf horses, so it makes complete sense to me that Union Empress debuts on the turf. You've got Unified, Candy Ride on the top, and Jim Corrigan can certainly pop at first asking, especially with younger horses. He wins at 15% with over a $2.34 ROI. I think Union Empress could be the real deal at first asking, a horse that could have easily debuted at Kentucky, but they come over to Horseshoe Indianapolis, get a little class relief in here for their debut, and they get Joseph Bielmer, who can come from off the pace with this 2-year-old filly. We'll see if she's willing to run on in the lane. 5 furlongs. She's going to have to be cranked and ready to go at first asking. 10-1. The board not saying too much off that 15-1 morning line, but some of the money has come in on Amy's Garnett. Fernando de la Cruz is going to team up with Joe Davis. This Florida bred gets our leading rider in Fernando de la Cruz, as Joe Davis both owns and trains this 2-year-old filly by Amy's Flatter. Debuted on a yielding turf course. That is a lot to ask. Anytime you're debuting going 5 furlongs, you have to be ready to rock and roll, but also on a yielding course that can require a lot of stamina that she simply did not have. She kind of broke near the back of the pack. The blinkers go on today. We'll see if she can correct her slow starts with Fernando de la Cruz going to be calling the shots as our leading rider. Currently 9-2 on the board for Amy's Garnett, but down on the inside is Divine Selena. Eric Asmussen and Steve Asmussen trying to team up in here for the father-son duo. This 2-year-old filly has some royal breeding. Street Sense out of Divine Praises, a Medaglia d'Oro filly, and Divine Praises banked almost $100,000. She was stakes tested as well over at the old Calder Gulfstream Park West. She's yet to produce a winner. That's the tricky thing. She's produced 5 foals. None of them have won. However, Restless Dreamer is a very good one who's just not very lucky. 6 for 11 in the trifecta with $70,000 banked for Kelly Breen. Running even this summer over at Monmouth Park, enjoying the New Jersey shore. A good one, but winless. We'll see if Divine Selena can get Divine Praises, her first winner. The money's signed on. We'll see if the results will follow. Eric Asmussen looking to improve that 15% win rate here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A couple of stakes wins as well. Currently projected to go off as low as 8-5 on Divine Selena, but I'm going to try the first-time starter, Union Empress, in here, as we're barking and itching to get ready to rock and roll for race number 6 with some rolling pick 3s and daily doubles. Good luck.
horses called posted now for the 6th race. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Sprint here over the 5 furlongs. Course firm, rather 12 feet here this Hoosier week. Infield of 11. Scratch number 3, GG Darling. 13, Easter Sonata. Take out the 14, Unfaithful Rose. 15, Birkin Elegance. And scratch the 16, La Heroica. Scratch the 3, 13 through. The number 16 all have been scratched. Number 7 once more. 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Again, there's a carryover starting here in the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the Pentafecta wager. The top 5, $4,483 for the Pentafecta carryover. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Once again, this maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Sprint features a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5, the Pentafecta wager, $4,483. There's the current pool in the Pentafecta. less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a second time today, crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Divine Selena. Eric Asmussen rides for his Hall of Fame father. Divine Selena debuted here. Augustin Gomez with Once More joins Divine Selena. Amy's Garnet. Fernando de la Cruz already with a couple of wins on the card. Evan Roman with Miss Impress. Joseph Bilmer with Union Empress. Divine Selena first into the starting gate. She's the 2-1 favorite, Divine Selena. 22-1 on Miss Impress. Horse here firm. That was Union Empress, just reared up in the starting gate. Now Joseph Bilmer quick back up to his feet. Union Empress was fractious in the gate. Union Empress, as we're still waiting for Miss Impress. Joseph climbing back on board. Union Empress within the starting gate as we're still waiting for Miss Impress. Reluctant to load. With 5 starts already under her girth, Miss Impress still fractious to move into that starting gate. In the meantime, Divine Selena is now the 9-5 favorite. Now Miss Impress has gone all in. 21-1 on Miss Impress now. Danilo Grosales Rave with Wrong Shoes. Went it well. Gabriel Saez with Educated Wish. She's next. Walter Rodriguez with Bear Peninsula. Dark green and green cap. Manny Esquivel, big time trouble coming up. Was 5th here on debut. Over the 5 furlongs, 2 back. Jose Gutierrez with Bold Bayou. Loads at 22-1. 20-1 on JR Miss Starlet, last to come up. with Samuel Bermudez. On the Tuesday scoreboard here, course firm, rail at 12 feet on the eve of Hoosier Day here on Wednesday. One more, Jeremy Starlet, so stand by. Divine Selena, 2-1 favorite. All in line. Starter Ray Cook has the trigger. Robin sprinting. And Big Time Trouble was slow to go, drifts back toward last. Sharp start for Wrong Shoes, who rockets away. Here's Amy's Garnet going for an early attack now for Fernando de la Cruz to take the lead. It's Amy's Garnet who leads here close up. Wrong Shoes in a white cap. Divine Selena now running into third toward the inside parts of the course with Miss Impress fourth after being reluctant to load. Then comes Barra Peninsula wide. JR Miss Starlet toward the inside is a Big Time Trouble in tight quarters and trying to come through. Big Time Trouble was last from the gate and gets shuffled back while in a tight spot. There comes Bolt Bayou with once more on the outside. Educated Wish and Union Empress is last as these maiden 2-year-old fillies come for home. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 21.64. It's Amy's Garnet who leads with the rail. Wrong Shoes. Divine Selena toward the inside. Running on is Barra Peninsula, and on the outside Big Time Trouble with Miss Impress. Then comes once more, but past the 16th, it's Amy's Garnet. For Fernando de la Cruz, hat-trick wins on the card. Amy's Garnet won by 5 from Divine Selena with Barra Peninsula third. Wrong Shoes, Miss Impress once more, and then Big Time Trouble next. $57.20 after the maiden juvenile fillies turf sprint to Amy's Garnet. At 5-1 was first at second asking. 3 on the card for Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader. Here for Joe Davis. Amy's Garnet at second asking at 5-1. The judges calling for a place photo. Here's the slow-mo. Divine Selena with Barra Peninsula in the Hunter Green. Wrong Shoes, Miss Impress. Once more, Big Time Trouble with the next fillies across the finish. Bolt Bayou, JR Miss Starlet, Union Empress, 57.20, 21658 for the Pentafecta. It had a carryover going into the Grand High 5 here featured. 2 Amy's Garnet first, 1 Divine Selena, 9-5 second, 6. Barra Peninsula, 7-2 confirmed third. Stand by for the official. 5 Wrong Shoes at 5-1 fourth, and 8 Miss Impress was reluctant to load, gets into the Pentafecta slot. 21658. It's 3 for Fernando de la Cruz, and now 87 wins at the meet. Race 6 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 2, Amy's Garnet. A hat-trick wins on the card for the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Giving us the thumbs up there. 87 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz tops The leaderboard in the clubhouse. Amy's Garnet is a 2-year-old Chestnut filly by Amy's Flatter. Out of Garnet Street by Silver Deputy for Joe Davis. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Amy's Garnet out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks. The 2-1 exacta paid $42.40, 50-cent trifecta, $32.70. 5-2 double paid $27.60. 10-cent superfecta, $32.96. Wrong Shoes ran fourth. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6, $72.30. The 10-cent pentafecta, Misimpress ran fifth. For that 10-cent grand high five that had a carryover going in, 21658 for the pentafecta, paid $219.31. 11 face starter Ray Kuick, 57.20 seconds. 11 ran. 22 minutes away, race 7, maiden juvenile mile. Scratch the also eligible number 11, Crazy Legs Bike. Scratch the also eligible number 3, Eyes on Andy, a jockey change to Gabriel Saez. Gabriel Saez on 3, Eyes on Andy, makes his bow over the mile. 7, Coyote Justice is a pound over the program weight. And scratch the also eligible number 11. Exacta trifecta superfecta, another 10-cent pentafecta wager featured on the mile. Double pick 3, race 7 of 10 on the eve of Hoosier Day. Post time will be at 5:22. Ray Cook has the trigger. Robin sprinting. And Big Time Trouble was slow to go. Drifts back toward last. Sharp start for Wrong Shoes, who rockets away. Here's Amy's Garnet going for an early attack now for Fernando de la Cruz to take the lead. It's Amy's Garnet who leads here close up. Wrong Shoes in a white cap. Divine Selena now running into third toward the inside parts of the course with Miss Impress fourth after being reluctant to load. Then comes Barra Peninsula wide. JR Miss Starlet toward the inside is a Big Time Trouble in tight quarters and trying to come through. Big Time Trouble was last from the gate and gets shuffled back while in a tight spot. There comes Bolt Bayou with once more on the outside. Educated Wish and Union Empress is last as these maiden 2-year-old fillies come for home. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 21.64. It's Amy's Garnet who leads with the rail. Wrong Shoes. Divine Selena toward the inside. Running on is Barra Peninsula, and on the outside Big Time Trouble with Miss Impress. Then comes once more, but past the 16th, it's Amy's Garnet. For Fernando de la Cruz, hat-trick wins on the card. Amy's Garnet won by 5 from Divine Selena with Barra Peninsula third. Wrong Shoes, Miss Impress once more, and then starter Ray Cook has the trigger. Robin sprinting.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're heading back out to a fast main track for the upcoming 7th race. 2-year-olds take the main stage. Scratch number 11, Crazy Legs Mike, out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 10 set to go to the starting gate, all looking for their first career victory in here. Some have been at it for much longer than others. I'm going to go to a horse who stretches out for the first time. No, it's not a stutter. It's Today Junior, 2-year-old chestnut by Spite Song out of Voided Contract. Gets Yalola, who's been very good when he teams up for Eggleston, primarily used for 514 racing, but has a handful of other starts with the Eggleston team. And this is a horse who debuted at sub 3-1, didn't go off favored that day, actually went off as a second choice, had a sneaky amount of trouble. They broke from the inside, which is never ideal for a first-time starter. They were going much shorter than we are today, 5.5 furlongs. They broke well. They were kind of pinned down on the rail in somewhat of an uncomfortable spot to be in for a first-time starter, a lightly raced horse. They were flattered when the third-place runner, Show Me Justice, did come back to exit that race and go on to win next out as well. So that September 15th race could be awfully live. Show Me Justice came back. Haven't gotten a buyer yet because it just ran yesterday and won as the even money favorite, barely holding on behind Z's Fireball, who was a nice first-time starter. So make what you want of that. Show Me Justice was able to come back on short rest. We'll see if Today Junior is able to come back on short rest as well. A horse who just debuted September 15th on about 15 days. The mare, she's produced some winners, about 22% winners. In fact, the siblings are fairly win-happy, including Hot Lava Cake, who's produced all of those wins, 5 wins from 21 starts. That's the good news. The bad news is the average winning distance is below 6 furlongs. So Today Junior may appreciate the added ground, may not. That's the question mark in here, but it's also likely the reason you're getting 7-2 versus 8-5 on that morning line. A lot of the money has come in on the 5. We do believe it's here to stick around. Those DRF projections have Today Junior off at around 2-1 when it's all said and done. We'll see if this one can stretch out and have success for Yalola and Eggleston, a jockey-trainer combination, winning at 22%. But the inside runner also on the stretch out for Jeff Hiles, who owns and trains God and Luck. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Teamed up with this one on debut August 25th, almost a month to the date since the debut. And I thought this race was incredibly live. Unattainable Love did win. Your second place finisher, Mr. Sledgehammer, did exit that race to come back and win next out as well. Sledgehammer actually went on to win by 7 lengths on September 2nd for Tiana Richardville and Thirsty Acres Racing, but none of the others have really come out of that race and done all that well. In fact, My Lunar Charm, who's also in this race, did come back to run at second. All the others ran primarily 4th, 5th, and 6th. So it could have been a live race, maybe not. I was thrilled with Unattainable Love winning that day, and I think that horse has some big things with a 7-length victory and potentially God and Luck on the stretch out could improve, being out of Happy's Reflection. The mare is yet to produce a winner, but only one foal has made it to the starting gates. And Happy's Reflection did go around 2 turns in her day. In fact, she ran second here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, going a mile back in 2018. Also tried going long at the fairgrounds as well for the mare Happy's Reflection. Gets the inside draw, took some money on debut at 5-1 in a 10-horse field, and looks to be getting some money again today for Jeff Hiles. The 2-year-old colt by Shagaf is currently 5-1 off that 12-1 morning line. The 4 is Windthorn. Could be any sort in here for Jonathan Nats. Mitch Merrill, the Nats gang, own, train, and bred this 2-year-old in here. And this is a horse who owns the most experience over the rest of this field, making start number 4 of the summer here, and hasn't been incredibly consistent. The one thing they have shown is speed in almost each and every start, with the exception of last time out. But did go off as the 3-2 favorite and was unable to get the job done. Gunzo, your second place finisher, did come back to win as well. I didn't think that August 27th race was a super strong group. However, I did go back and watch the July 29th race, and that was fairly impressive. Broke sharp, was headed almost immediately, fought on in the lane, and just got run down late. That was going 5 furlongs, a good-looking sort in here. This horse is 6-1 on the board, but don't overlook that Yalola likely had his options to stay aboard. Windthorn, he's going to jump over to the 8 in here. Mitch Merle, get rich, bet Mitch, 6-1 on the board, but The top 3 selections don't include the current favorite right now, My Lunar Charm, for Steve Fosdick and Gutierrez. Apprentice rider with 33 wins. Very impressive, getting a 7-pound weight break and taking all of the action right now. Currently 2-1 on the board off a 5-1 morning line. We'll see if Blaine Davidson and this 2-year-old gray, My Lunar Charm, is the real deal or if it's fake news. But I'm going to try Today Junior to stumble into the winner's circle 5 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. Maiden Juvenile Mile. Fast Track, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligible 11, Crazy Legs Mike. Scratch 11. 3 eyes on Andy, the jockey, Gabriel Saez. Note the change of rider. There's Gabe Saez. 3 eyes on Andy debuts. 7 Coyote Justice, 1 pound over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High Five Pentafecta wager featured again on the card. Double pick 3 with 3 minutes to post time. Post time in 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden juvenile mile. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Luis Contreras with the King Stinger, the first maiden juvenile to move into the starting gate here over the mile. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with God and Luck was fifth here on sprint debut. Joined the King Stinger. Coyote Justice, Joseph Romero on the Tuesday scoreboard. Rodney Prescott with Not That Sleepy loads at 21-1. Here's Tata Today Jr. Andres Aloha for Tim Eggleston. Second here on sprint debut, Tata Today Jr. Gabriel Saez, Eyes on Andy. Now Alberto Burgos, Bulldog Mike drew 9. Winthorn, Mitchell Murray, the victory on the card. Here's Winthorn. Couple them back. Jose Gutierrez with My Lunar Charm. My Lunar Charm loads a 2-1 favorite. 3-1 God and Luck and Tata Today Jr. One more, Alex Achard with another second-time starter for the mile. Sombeye King. They're in the gate. They're off. Winthorn. Out to a lightning quick start for Mitchell Murrell. Toward the inside is God and Luck, Not That Sleepy, and the purple cap, the first-time starter. Eyes on Andy is up with these leaders, and on the outside is Sombeye King, who's now circling them. And there goes Sombeye King, who's looking for the lead here at the 6.5 with Eyes on Andy and Sombeye King. For Alex Ashard sweeps ahead as these maiden juveniles go to the back of the track toward the inside. The first-time starter. Eyes on Andy right there for Gabriel Saez. Sombeye King, 3/4 length to Eyes on Andy, second at the inside by 2 after breaking on top. Winthorn is now third upon settling, going up the back. God and Luck is running in fourth, Not That Sleepy in fifth. Ta Today Jr. is in sixth. Bulldog Mike in seventh. My Lunar Charm is eighth. Then comes the King Stinger, and Coyote Justice trails. The first two of 8 furlongs in 23.90 seconds. They go past the half-mile pole, led by Sombeye King at 15-1. Half-mile 48.87 seconds. It's Sombeye King. 3 furlongs from home. Eyes on Andy continues to pursue. With on the outside, Winthorn, who's now moving into scoring range. And here's Winthorn gearing up now. My Lunar Charms making steady headway. Eyes on Andy has dropped back in fourth as Winthorn has taken the lead as they turn for home. Coyote Justice toward the inside with a bid. 3/4, 1 minute 15.34 seconds with Mitchell Murrell. Winthorn is a 4-length leader past the 8th pole from My Lunar Charm, who continues to charge hard after Winthorn. Winthorn coming past the 16th, still holding on to this advantage from My Lunar Charm, who's still charging hard after Winthorn, who's kept to the task and gets the result. Winthorn over My Lunar Charm. Coyote Justice was third, 70 yards away. Eyes on Andy back in fourth with Not That Sleepy. God and Luck. Ta Today Jr. no factor. Sombeye King led early but dropped away along with the King Stinger and finally Bulldog Mike. .143.36 after the maiden juvenile mile. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. 143.36. It was 7-1 on 4. Winthorn. Winthorn first. 5 My Lunar Charm, 9-5 second. 7 Coyote Justice at 36-1 odds third. 3 Eyes on Andy, 23-1 fourth with that debut. And 2 Not That Sleepy at 29-1 back in fifth. That for the Pentafecta. 4-5-7-3-2. A couple of wins on the card for Mitchell Murrell. 39 now for the meet. Winthorn in the maiden juvenile mile beats My Lunar Charm 3/4 of a length. Coyote Justice third. That gap away. First time starter. Eyes on Andy for the Superfecta under Gabriel Saez. Over 2 Not That Sleepy. At those 29-1 odds fifth for the Pentafecta. Eyes on Andy fourth. Not That Sleepy fifth. Hold all tickets until official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 4. Winthorn riding double for Mitchell Murrell. Winthorn is a 2-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Sombeye. Out of the Oxbow mare Windrose, Jonathan Nance trains for breeder owner Shelley Nance. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Winthorn. Takes out the maiden juvenile mile. It's official. The 4-5 exacta paid $50.40. 50-cent trifecta, $240.10. 2-4 double and even $67. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. 5 with the 2 with the 4, Winthorn. Capping off a pick 3, paid $47.10. Eyes on Andy ran 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $370.52. Not That Sleepy was 5th. Completes the 10-cent pentafecta. 45732, paid $1,846.28 on that 10-cent grand high five. 143.36 out to the maiden juvenile mile. Race 8 of 10 carded. 20 minutes away, Turf Mile. Scratch the 10 Red Hot Justice and 13 Inclusive Justice. No Justice in the Turf Mile. Scratch 10 in the 13. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent grand high five. Pentafecta featured on the Turf Mile. Double and final pick 3 of the day. Post time, 5:53. They're off. Winthorn. Out to a lightning quick start for Mitchell Murrell. Toward the inside is God and Luck, Not That Sleepy, and the purple cap, the first-time starter. Eyes on Andy is up with these leaders, and on the outside is Sombeye King, who's now circling them. And there goes Sombeye King, who's looking for the lead here at the 6.5 with Eyes on Andy and Sombeye King. For Alex Ashard, sweeps ahead as these maiden juveniles go to the back of the track toward the inside. The first-time starter. Eyes on Andy right there for Gabriel Saez. Sombeye King, 3/4 length to Eyes on Andy, second at the inside by 2 after breaking on top. Winthorn is now third upon settling, going up the back. God and Luck is running in fourth, Not That Sleepy in fifth. Ta Today Jr. is in sixth. Bulldog Mike in seventh. My Lunar Charm is eighth. Then comes the King Stinger and Coyote Justice trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs. In 23.90 seconds, they go past the half-mile pole led by Sombeye King at 15-1. Half-mile 48.87 seconds. It's Sombeye King. 3 furlongs from home. Eyes on Andy continues to pursue with on the outside Winthorn, who's now moving into scoring range. And here's Winthorn gearing up now. My Lunar Charms making steady headway. Eyes on Andy has dropped back in fourth as Winthorn has taken a lead as they turn for home. Coyote Justice toward the inside with a bid. 3/4, 1 minute 15.34 seconds with Mitchell Murrell. Winthorn is a 4-length leader past the 8th pole from My Lunar Charm, who continues to charge hard after Winthorn. Winthorn coming past the 16th, still holding on to this advantage from My Lunar Charm, who's still charging hard after Winthorn, who's kept to the task and gets the result. Winthorn over My Lunar Charm. Coyote Justice was third, 70 yards away. Eyes on Andy back in fourth with Not That Sleepy. God and Luck. Ta Today Jr. no factor.
10 minutes away from race number 8, 1 mile the distance. Scratch numbers 10 and 13 out of this event. Heading out for the final thoroughbred race before we give way to Martha. We'll take you through races 9 and 10, a couple of very nice quarter horse events. We've got a 10th race today on a Tuesday on the eve of a big day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You certainly won't want to miss tomorrow's card, and you better start handicapping because there's some full fields and some competitive races on a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indy. But let's take a look at this final turf race of the evening, and I think this is a great turf race to go long shot hunting in here. Completely wide open, great 10-cent high five. Pentafecta offered in this spot, the final leg of the Horseshoe hat trick, final leg of that late flyer 5, and Itoba pick 4 as well, and it's completely wide open. 3-year-old fillies, state bred competition, all going to the turf course in here, many of them for the first time, but I'm going to try a couple of long shots mixed in with some horses that make sense. Classic Kitten. Jose Casares teaming up with Jimenez Racing Stables and Fernando de la Cruz, our leading rider RDA. Multiple winner today of this 4-year-old filly by Charming Kitten, has 3 victories. However, none of them have come on the turf. The Mare Classic Connect, she was all turf, but she's yet to produce a turf winner in this spot. We'll see if Classic Kitten can change that around. For me, I just think it's a wide open race, and I'm going to go for a price with our leading man, Fernando de la Cruz. It's really that simple. This is a horse who has tried the turf 3 times in a row. Fernando de la Cruz was aboard under the guidance of Joe Davis back in August of last year, earlier this season, in an allowance race in early September. Never really got into the bit. It was 4th, beat 5 horses home, but ran evenly around. I think an aggressive ride put this one right on the front, and see if they can catch him on the front end. We'll see how it plays out for this 4-year-old filly in this spot. 13-1, sometimes it's as simple as following the leading man, Fernando de la Cruz, teaming up with Jose Casares in here. And if we're right, we're going to get paid 13-1, but projected to go off at 22-1 on Classic Kitten. But how about a filly who took on the boys last time out? Pretty on the Prairie. Jay Holden couldn't find a spot for this filly, so he ran her against the boys. And Abornez was aboard, and they didn't have any racing luck. They were up against it. They were taking on the males at the older age, which is always a tall task. And this one had a ton of traffic trouble in the lane, was locked and loaded, turning for home, needed space, really never got it, did get out the final 16th of a mile and ran on willingly that final 100 yards. It was a solid effort. However, she's not the most consistent sort. I think she may have run her A race last time. We'll see if she can duplicate that performance. She strung along 2 nice races in a row last year, September 4th and September 16th. She's got similar spacing. She ran a huge race against the boys last time out. She gets back in with the girls, and she is a massive overlay at this point. 17-1, projected to go off at 32-1. Pretty on the Prairie, getting some class relief off of a good race at 65-1 last time out. We'll see if Jay Holden can get another victory in here for the long shot. Pretty on the Prairie, but the money has come in, and it's been consistent throughout on Soul Run. Karen Whittick winning at 22%. That number hovered around 40% for much of the summer. It has gone down. She's entered numerous races with 2 horses, so impossible to nearly stay as good as she was doing. She has taken over plenty of horses from Tampa and Florida and brought them up here with a ton of success. However, Soul Run is an Indiana bred who's been up here throughout, has been knocking on the door for that first victory of the season after racking up 2 wins last year, but is as consistent as they come on the turf. 3 turf tries. Both career victories came on the turf last year under the guidance of Rodney Prescott, trained by Brian Michael. And then this year, 1 second-place finish, but it came against Annie Express, who's racked up a couple of wins this season. And I thought Soul Run took advantage of a pretty great trip that day. They tracked in a great spot just off the leaders, moved for the lead at the top of the lane, but ultimately could not hold off Annie Express, who ran away and hid in the winner's circle. Soul Run didn't produce much effort in the $100,000 Hoosier Heartland last time out. Gets back on her favorite surface. She's the one to beat, but is she the one to bet? We're about to find out. 5 minutes away from race number 8. And a huge shout-out to Josh, one of our talented AV guys. He undergoes some medical colonoscopies tomorrow. Good luck.
Leading Phillies Mayor's call postward now for the 8th race here in the Turf Mile, a field of 11. Scratch the 10 Red Hot Justice and 13 Inclusive Justice. Scratch the 10 and the number 13. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager featured again here in the Distaff Turf Mile. Double final pick 3 of the day starts here. Firm and fast and drawing closer to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this Fillies Mares Turf Mile, Jose Gutierrez, She's My Huckleberry. The first of 11 to move into the starting gate. Evan Roman with Enchanted Melody joins She's My Huckleberry. Classic Kitten will be a fourth win of the day for leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Joel Bornos with Pretty on the Prairie. Alex Achard's Soul Run. Soul Run is in. Joseph Romero with Flowered. Moving in next door to Pretty on the Prairie. Andre Zalo with Juicy Justice, taking her position in the starting gate here over the mile. Flowered has joined. Luis Contreras with Charming Giselle. Alberto Burgos, Skip and Justice drew post 9. Now Sophie Doyle, Sweet Heat was the last out course and distance winner. Sweet Heat go 2-1 favorite with Soul Run. One more. Foxy Justice, Sammy Bermudez won our seconds of the day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. To the inside, She's My Huckleberry. Classic Kitten in the black cap. Soul Run is forward along with Juicy Justice, Enchanted Melody. Here's a charge now from Flowered, who is also vying for the early lead as they make their way into the first turn with the rail for Jose Gutierrez. She's My Huckleberry has pole position, 6 furlongs to run. We're close up Enchanted Melody with on the outside Flowered in third. Soul Run is a ground-saving fourth as these leaders go to the back of the course. Sophie Doyle and Sweet Heat fifth upon settling between horses, joined out wide by Foxy Justice as a red cap as they go up the back. Then it's a break of 3 more to Classic Kitten next in formation in front of Juicy Justice with to the inside Pretty on the Prairie. Charming Giselle running second to last and Skip and Justice trails. Quarter 23.11 seconds, just inside a half mile to go. And the leader, She's My Huckleberry. She's My Huckleberry in front. Clocked a half mile, just a tick over 48. Enchanted Melody with on the outside. Flowered running third here in the turf mile. And Soul Run is tucked in toward the rail, running in fourth. Foxy Justice in fifth. Sweet Heat in behind horses. Sweet Heat's looking for a gap now and quickens for Sophie Doyle. And Sweet Heat is improving as they close ranks past the quarter pole. And then follow back to Charming Giselle with Juicy Justice. To the inside, Charming Kitten. Skipping Justice on the far outside. And up the rail is Pretty on the Prairie. It's Enchanted Melody who took the top. 3/4, 1 minute 13.17 seconds. Soul Run charging after Enchanted Melody. Sweet Heat on the outside. And looking to gain toward the inside is Flowered, who's staying on in fourth. They come past the 16th. It's Soul Run toward the inside for Alex Achard. And Soul Run just holds Sweet Heat by a neck. Soul Run over Sweet Heat. And then Juicy Justice third. Enchanted Melody, Flowered, Charming Giselle, Skip and Justice, they were next. .138.65. Judges scoring for a photograph. It was 9-5 on 3. Soul Run will get the result. Over 11, Sweet Heat. Juicy Justice with Enchanted Melody. Flowered in the Navy. Skip and Justice, Charming Giselle. Foxy Justice, Classic Kitten next. Pretty on the Prairie among those last to finish in the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. 138.65. Order posted. 3-11, 4-6, 8-3. Soul Run first. 11, Sweet Heat second. 4, Juicy Justice third. 6, Enchanted Melody fourth. And 8, Flowered was fifth. Soul Run, Alex Achard. In the Turf Mile feature for Karen Winnick and Andrew C. Ritter, it's Soul Run at 9-5. The second choice has won it. Result official. Returning to the winner's circle, the 3, Soul Run with Alex Ajard. Soul Run is a 4-year-old bay filly by Holiday Promise out of Nice Dreams by Strong Hope. Owned by Andrew C. Ritter. There's Staten Island, New York's own Karen Winnick. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Soul Run. $5.60 winner of the Phillies Mares Turf Mile was the second choice. Results in 311 exacta, $12.80, 50-cent trifecta, $29.60. 4-3 double paid $81.80. The 10-cent superfecta, Enchanted Melody ran fourth, $33.36, 50-cent pick 3, $123.40. The $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba, 4-4, $848.10. 50-cent late fire 5. That pays out on 5 of 5 for $2,151.50. 10-cent pentafecta, $1,154.21. For the pentafecta, Flowered ran 5th. 138.65 in the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. The 10 and 13 were non-runners. Favorite, second. 11 ran, 138.65. Couple of quarter horse dashes. 15 minutes away from the first of those over the 3:30 fast track. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 Sneakin' Whiskey and 12 Apolitical Ocean. Scratch the also eligibles, the 4 Streakin' Little Jess 7 pounds over. In the 10th, quarter horse maiden dash over the 350. 10th race, scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. 10th race to close out the card on the eve of Hoosier Day. 10th race, scratch the also eligible 7 Eos Save a Cowboy, the jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. One of our top 4 quarter jockeys, Eduardo Luna Diaz on 7 Eos Save a Cowboy. 9th race, exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta starts at a late double. Post time will be at 6:20. Here's a Phillies Mares Turf Mile race replay. She's My Huckleberry has pole position, 6 furlongs to run. We're close up Enchanted Melody with on the outside Flowered in third. Soul Run is a ground-saving fourth as these leaders go to the back of the course. Sophie Doyle and Sweet Heat fifth upon settling between horses, joined out wide by Foxy Justice as a red cap as they go up the back. Then it's a break of 3 more to Classic Kitten next in formation in front of Juicy Justice with toward the inside Pretty on the Prairie. Charming Giselle running second to last and Skippin' Justice trails. Quarter 23.11 seconds, just inside a half mile to go. And the leader, She's My Huckleberry. She's My Huckleberry in front. Clocked a half mile, just a tick over 48. Enchanted Melody with on the outside. Flowered running third here in the Turf Mile. And Soul Run is tucked in toward the rail, running in fourth. Foxy Justice in fifth. Sweet Heat in behind horses. Sweet Heat's looking for a gap now and quickens for Sophie Doyle. And Sweet Heat is improving as they close ranks past the quarter pole. And then follow back to Charming Giselle with Juicy Justice. To the inside, Charming Kitten. Skipping Justice on the far outside. And up the rail is Pretty on the Prairie. It's Enchanted Melody who took the top. 3/4, 1 minute 13.17 seconds. Soul Run charging after Enchanted Melody. Sweet Heat on the outside. And looking to gain toward the inside is Flowered, who's staying on in fourth. They come past the 16th. It's Soul Run toward the inside for Alex Ashard, and Soul Run just holds Sweet Heat by a neck. Soul Run over Sweet Heat, and then Juicy Justice third. Enchanted Melody, Flowered, Charming Giselle.
we're going to close out today's card, actually September's card. The whole month of September, we're closing out the card with not one but two quarter horse races this afternoon on this busy week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a 330-yard race. It's an allowance, $18,500 purse. Non-winners of two races. So we've got a nice full field, even with the scratch of the two also eligibles, 11 and 12. Well, let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses that I like, beginning with number 1, Attempting, who improved nicely in her allowance effort on August 30th, running second for owner and trainer Ezequiel Rodriguez. This is a 4-year-old daughter of Tempting Dash, who is bred by one of my favorite Texans, and that's Jerry Wyndham. He's an AQHA champion breeder. Tempting Dash is also the daddy of Kiss My Hawk, so you know my Texas allegiance to these horses is very strong. But this is a nice mare. She earned her top speed index, the dark number that you see in the program that equates with how fast these horses run, and that was in her most recent race. She was piloted by Alberto Cerrone, who has the return call today. And that's my top choice, number 1, Attempting. All right, let's go to number 4, and that's Streakin' Little Jess, who makes his 5th start of his 3-year-old campaign for trainer Shauna Martin. Now, this is a Kentucky-bred son of Jess Different. He exits a 5th place finish in the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. That was for a purse of $34,000 after qualifying for the $132,000 QHRAI Derby on June 19th. So obviously had some experience facing some of the top 3-year-olds so far in our meet. Aaron Hunt back in the saddle today. Streakin' Little Jess, very good chance in this 9th race. All right, how about number 10, and that's DLJ Eagles Divas Girl. She's progressed nicely for conditioner Tony Cunningham, breaking her maiden on July 19th and completing the exacta in her first allowance effort, and that happened September 4th. So she's moving up steadily, doing pretty well. Louisiana bred filly sired by Freight Train B out of a One Famous Eagle mare. She's going to reunite with jockey Danny Martinez, and I think when it comes to the outside posts and Tony Cunningham, look for a nice strong closing effort from this filly. All right, so I'll round out my top 4 with number 5, and that's Fine Dynasty, who won his Indiana debut, Horseshoe Indy debut, here on August 30th. After making 9 previous starts at several of the tracks in Oklahoma. Trainer James Goodnight, sort of new on the scene, just been around for a couple months. He's bringing up some nice horses from Oklahoma, and his in the money stat is a lofty 67%. His stock has done pretty well here, so you don't want to ignore the Goodnight horses. Anyway, it's a tough task for a horse to step up from and breaking the maiden, especially in a new racetrack. But I think this horse is capable at the allowance level and has the very experienced pilot, German Rodriguez, who also took out his trainer license this year, and he certainly knows how to train some nice horses. His star, He's a Hawkeye, will be running in the second trial on Saturday, our all quarter horse day, so you don't want to miss that. Anyway, I'm going to go 1-4-10-5 in race 9. If you're looking for another selection to enhance your 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, I'd probably go with number 8, and that's MG Kangura, who is making another start for trainer Jessie Vasquez. Her husband, Giovanni Vasquez, will pilot this nice filly. She's shown some speed this meet. I think she's going to be in the mix. All right, so good luck to all in this allowance race, and I'll be back to preview race 10 as soon as the dust settles from this one.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race. Quarter horse allowance dash over the 330 yards. Fast track, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Sneaking Whiskey and the 12 Apolitical Ocean. Scratch the 2 also eligibles. Number 4 Streak a Little Jess, 7 pounds over the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Starts at the late double. 10th race, a quarter horse maiden over the 350 yards. 10th race there. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 14. Also eligibles scratched from the finale. 7 Eos Save a Cowboy, the jockey. Eduardo Luna Diaz on 7 Eos Save a Cowboy. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. MG Kangora uses a flipping halter. Corona coming through. Shirley 2-4 has taken her position in the starting gate. MG Kangora getting fractious within that stall there. Has settled MG Kangora next to Shirley 2-4. Attempting coming up to the round draw. Attempting in. Corona in fire. The first of 2 quarter horse dashes to close out the card on the eve of Hoosier Day. MW, you wished for this. Leading up, Astronaut. Leading quarter horse jockey here this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz. 26 wins this meet. Astronauts in. Streaking Little Jess. Two back at the 330-yard start. German Rodriguez with Fine Dynasty. Fast track here. It's been a beautiful day in the Hoosier State. One more. Danny Martinez with DLJ Eagle Divas Girl over the 330 yards. Penultimate race on the card. They're in the gate. And the Roth. Fine Dynasty broke sharp past the 330. Here's Astronaut with MG Kangora. Shirley 2-4. DLJ Eagle Divas Girl over here on the stand side attempting. 110 yards out. It's attempting. Here comes Astronaut who takes off. Astronaut wins from Fine Dynasty. Then a blanket photo between Corona in Fire with DLJ Eagle Divas Girl. Streaking Little Jess attempting. Hold all tickets until official. There'll be a steward's inquiry into the 330-yard start. General steward's inquiry. They're taking a look at the break. 7-5 and then photos to follow. 7. Astronaut first. 5. Fine Dynasty was second. Got close for third, fourth, fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Well, the quarter horse meet leaders are these two. Eduardo Luna Diaz teaming with Tim Eggleston for another meet success. They top the quarter horse leaderboard here this season. It's Astronaut at 12-1. Here come the result of those photos. And again, there's an inquiry into the start. A dead heat for third between 3 Corona in Fire and the 10 DLJ Eagle Divas Girl. It's a dead heat for third. We'll have a couple of winning trifecta, superfecta, and in theory, quarter horse Pentafecta pays. Dead heat for third between 3 and 10. Number 4, Streakin' Little Jess was 5th. 7-5, dead heat for third. 3 Corona in Fire and 10 DLJ Eagle Divas Girl. 4 Streakin' Little Jess was 5th. This all pending the result of a steward's inquiry into the 330-yard start. 16.851 seconds. Fast track. Hold all bets until declared official. The stewards had a review into these 330-yard start. No changes will be made to the running order. All declared starters, 10 of them, ran 16.851 after an inquiry into the 330-yard start. No changes made to the run order. 10 declared starters. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Astronaut. For the quarter horse meet leading jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Astronaut is a 3-year-old sorrel filly by Kitty Up. Out of Moonwalking by Walk Through Fire, Tim Eggleston leads the quarter horse trainer ranks. Settling the winner here for Stephen S. Brown. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Astronaut. Blasted home in 16.851 official. Again, with that dead heat for third between the 3 and number 10, multiple payouts for the trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta pays. Dead heat for third between 3 Corona in Fire and 10 DLJ Eagle Divas Girl. Astronauts win $26 even, 16.851 seconds. 16 minutes away, 10th race to close out the card, quarter horse maiden dash over the 350. 10th race, scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 14. None draw in. In the body, number 7, Eos Save a Cowboy. A change of jockey to Eduardo Luna Diaz. We'll go for the double. Eduardo Luna Diaz on 7, Eos Save a Cowboy. Exact the trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. The finale slated for 650. And the Roth Fine Dynasty broke sharp past the 330. Here's Astronaut with MG Kangora, Shirley 2-4. DLJ Eagle Divas Girl over here on the stand side attempting. 110 yards out, it's attempting. Here comes Astronaut who takes off. Astronaut wins from Fine Dynasty. Then a blanket photo between Corona.
All right, well, we're back for our finale after we've seen our quarter horse allowance, and now we're going to finish up the card with a 17,000 maiden. Obviously maiden means they haven't won before. It's a pretty full field, even with the scratch of the also eligibles 11, 12, 13, and 14. These horses will be traveling 350 yards. And, got some interesting horses in here that we can chat about. I'll begin with number 4, and that's Coltrane SM, who's making his first start for trainer Cesar Escueda. Now, you may say that name sounds familiar. Well, because he was a very, very good rider here, well, in Oklahoma, other areas as well, and he took out his trainer license this year. So he hasn't had a huge amount of starters, but he's done well with the horses that he's had. This is a gelding by Freight Train B, and what impressed me, he stumbled in his last race, but rallied pretty well, recovered, and finished second under jockey Carlos Ruiz, who's got the return call. I like to see that. I like to see a horse that knows how to recover and still has the ability physically and mentally to keep going, even when the going wasn't exactly easy. All right, that's my top choice, number 4, Coltrane SM. All right, we'll go next to number 2, Cruising Down the Beach. Has shown promise, especially in his most 2 recent efforts, and could move forward as he is also going to make a barn change to Jose Cazares this afternoon. Cazares is going to utilize the flipping halter. When you see the initials FH in the program, that's equipment that is used in the starting gate to just stabilize a horse that tends to be a little edgy or jumpy breaking from the gate. As you and I both know, the gate break and a good start, unimpeded start, and a nice path to the wire, that's critical for quarter horse racing. 350 yards will be run in less than 20 seconds. So if a horse breaks poorly, it's very difficult to be able to make up the ground and have an in-the-money finish. All right, this horse is bred, I like the breeding, a 4-year-old son of Habit Secret out of the Escondido Beach Mare Beach Runner. So some really good pedigree here. Cruising Down the Beach is probably going to go off as a likely favorite and should have a very good showing this afternoon. All right, let's move next to number 8. Looks Like Mom, well-bred daughter of Corona Cartel, who was a $50,000 Heritage Place yearling sale purchase. She's completed the superfecta in her last 2 races for owner-trainer Ezequiel Rodriguez. Seems capable of more. Obviously, 4th is not terrible, but you want to go ahead and get higher placings as you move through your career. So I think this mare could possibly, get to that point this afternoon. And then we're going to round up my top 4 with number 1, J.D. Valiant Luna, who's going to run as a first-time gelding. Again, some initials you'll see in the program, FTG. That means the horse is no longer going to be a daddy when he retires from his racing career. A lot of time owners and trainers just recognize that. The horse isn't going to stud. So the first-time gelding status kind of just gets their focus a little bit away from the distraction from the fillies and onto running well on the racetrack. That's my PG version of what a first-time gelding is. I'll tell you when I come up on Champions Day if you want to know more details. I'll tell you in person off the camera. How's that? But this is a nice horse bred in New Mexico, sired by one of the top stallions out there in New Mexico. That's First Moon Flash. So give him a long look. It might be a good possibility for your wagers this afternoon. So 4-2-8-1 for me if you're looking for a quarter horse pentafecta possibility to kind of round out. It's been great. It's a 10-cent wager. Really good payouts, especially when you throw in a long shot. And my long shot that I would recommend is number 3, No Recollection. 20-1 in the morning line. Just 3 starts for this son of Foose, bred in California, with very patient Tony Cunningham. This horse was a training race winner back in April, and obviously, needed a little more time. So today could be the day for a breakthrough. Maybe not a win, but some on the board finish for number 3, No Recollection. All right, so that's it for this particular race, 4-2-8-1, throw in the 3. And so good luck to everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. We have 1 race to close out that exciting card, the Hoosier Day card. And then Thursday, we have 3 trials for the QHRI Derby. And Saturday for our all-quarter horse day, 11 races. They're all trials for the big money futurities that we're going to run the finals for on Indiana Champions Day. All right, I'm done for today. Have a good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow.
The horses call post right now for the 10th and final. Closing the card with his quarter horse maiden dash over the 350 yards. Fast Track, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 HF Firecracker, 12 Fabulous Diva, 13 KLT Furs Fly In, and 14 Stolen Treasure. Scratch the also eligibles. 7 EOS Save a Cowboy, a jockey change to Eduardo Luna Diaz. Riding for the late double, Eduardo Luna Diaz on 7 EOS Save a Cowboy. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, featured for one more time on the card. Fast Track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. First to arrive, Eos Save a Cowboy uses a flipping halter. Will be the late double for leading quarter horse jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. Eos Save a Cowboy first into the starting gate. Cruising down the beach joins. And there they are. Now Carlos Ruiz Cortez with Coltrane SM uses a flipping halter. Loading here for the last. I Run Quicker. JD Valiant Luna has the rail draw. Relentless Annie uses a flipping halter. No Recollection. Mr. Fantastic Babe already in the starting gate. Sponsored by B&H Electric this season. Looks Like Mom. Looks like one more. Impossible to Ignore. Who's Your Day Tomorrow? Big card from 210. Last of the day all in. Off to the Tuesday finale. Fast start for Coltrane SM with Relentless Annie in the middle. Looks Like Mom is lugging in on the outside. Impossible to Ignore. 220 yards to go. Coltrane SM has come to the forefront. It's Coltrane SM toward the inside. JD Valiant Luna in for the battle. JD Valiant Luna surged to win it from Coltrane SM with Eos Save a Cowboy finishing third. Hold all tickets until official. We're standing by for the run order from the judges after the maiden. It was 10-1 on JD Valiant Luna. 1-4-7 and then photos. 10-1 on JD Valiant Luna first. Number 4 Coltrane SM was second. 7 Eos Save a Cowboy third. Looks like Mom might have gotten in for fourth. Hold all tickets until official. 1-4-7 and photos to follow. Fernando Morden and the closer today at 10-1 for Guadalupe Arevalo. JD Valiant Luna out to the maiden ranks. The judges have posted number 8, Looks Like Mom, 4th, and 2 Cruising Down the Beach, 5th for the Pentafecta. 1-4-7-8-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 1 JD Valiant Luna. Here, Fernando Morden's win. JD Valiant Luna is a 3-year-old brown gelding by First Moonflash out of Ms. Valiant signed by Valiant Hero. Guadalupe Arevalo trains for Ventura Racing Incorporated of Angel Ventura. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of JD Valiant Luna, takes out the maiden, and result is official. Final results in 1-4 exacta, 133.80. 50-cent trifecta paid $166.40. Cruising down the beach was fifth. There's that 10-cent quarter horse grand high five result. Pentafecta pays $1,262. The 7-1 double, $390 even. Looks like Mom was fourth. 10-cent superfecta up $222.17. And final pick 3 on the card. 3 with the 7 with the 1. JD Valiant Luna capping it off. $381.05. Fast track 18.024 seconds for the maiden after the 350 yards. That concludes our live racing program for today as we hit the top of the hour. Live racing resumes tomorrow. Huge card, 12 races. It's Hoosier Day 2025 to start off the month of October, all in the lead up toward Indiana Champions Day at the end of October. So here's the lineup. 12 races, including 6 premier races, over $700,000 in purses up for grabs. Terrific card. Hoosier Day. Hope you can join us tomorrow off at 2:10. We do thank all of you that joined us here on track today on the eve of the Hoosier Day card, and cheers to all who tuned in. First race post time tomorrow at 2:10. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Sportsbook there in the casino. Major League Baseball, wild card. The Reds Sox taking on the Yankees in the Bronx right now in the top of the 4th, with the Yanks leading the Red Sox 1-0. Cubs winner over the Padres earlier today. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure on the eve of Hoosier Day from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley for now saying good night. Big card from 2:10, last of the day all in. Off for the Tuesday finale. Fast start for Coltrane SM with Lelisani in the middle. Looks like Mom is lugging in on the outside, impossible to ignore. 220 yards to go. Coltrane SM has come to the forefront. It's Coltrane SM toward the inside. JD Valiant Luna in for the battle. JD Valiant Luna surged to win it from Coltrane SM with Eos Save a